The winter is approaching, and therefore we do need to ensure that people are protected there. The UK Government will do all we can around that, and I know there were many who wish to ask other questions. I would just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, if any of them wish to write to me, I'd be very happy to respond, or indeed Minister Falconer will. Thank you.
The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
House of Lords Hereditary Peers Bill, second reading.
No.
The reasoned amendment in the name of Sir Oliver Dowden has been selected. Minister to move second reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as set out in our manifesto, this government is committed to reform of the House of Lords. And as a result, I'm proud to be taking forward our first commitment, the immediate first step, to remove the right of hereditary peers to sit and vote in the House of Lords. The bill before the House today, which was introduced in the first 100 days of this government, delivers on that commitment. Change, Madam Deputy Speaker, begins. And it is a change that is long overdue. In the 21st century, there should not be places in our Parliament making our laws reserved for those who were born into certain families. In fact, we are one of only 2 countries that still retain that hereditary element in our legislatures, a clear sign the time has come to see through this long overdue change. And it's a matter of principle for this government, committed to fairness and equality. It isn't, I will come to the moment. It isn't personal. It isn't a comment on the contribution or service of any individual hereditary peer, past or present. We are grateful to all peers who commit their time to valuable public service. But what we do not accept is that in this era, as a matter of principle, anyone should have a position in either House on the basis of their ancestry. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The Secretary for giving way, and he knows that I have a great deal of time for him, even though what he's said so far is nonsense and what he's about to say is bound to be so too. The truth of the matter is that the apex of our Constitution is, of course, His Majesty the King. He is there, in the Secretary's word, because he belongs to a certain family and therefore derives a certain authority from that antecedence. Is that wrong too?
No, it isn't, because it's a completely different part of our Constitution. No monarch has actually refused royal assent to a law since the time of Queen Anne. And secondly, it's a constitutional monarchy that enjoys popular support. What I would say, and I return the respect to the right honourable gentleman, the one thing he is honest, and he is actually setting out there a defence of the hereditary principle rather than hiding behind a smokescreen, which seems to be the position of his front bench, which no doubt we will hear about in due course. And the reality, let me make some progress and I will come back to the right honourable gentleman. I want young people growing up in my constituency, in Blenavon, in Pontypool and in Cwmbran, and indeed every part of the country, to feel they have the same chance as anybody else of playing a part in making the laws of the land. And the continued presence of hereditary peers in our legislature is indefensible in modern democracy. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
The trouble with this sort of partial reform, it opens other issues. Why is it that the Church of England has a monopoly of places in the House of Lords? I mean, I'm all in favour of the established church and letting them have perhaps 12 bishops. Why can't we share out the other places between the other Christian denominations and other non-Christian faiths in this country? Don't they deserve a voice?
I'm certainly in favour of the representation of different faiths in the upper house, but I would just say to the right honourable gentleman that the way the government set out its position in its manifesto was on a step-by-step process. That is what our manifesto said. So I'll make some progress. I will come back to the right honourable gentleman. That is why it sets out a series of steps. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the key and central position first of all. This government has a mandate to reform the House of Lords. And its ultimate... One moment, I will come back to him. And it is set out in our manifesto that there should be an alternative second chamber that is more representative of the nations and regions of the United Kingdom. That's the position that's set out, and that's the manifesto we have been elected on. We have been elected on a step-by-step basis to get there. As it's his third attempt, I will take sympathy.
So thank the right honourable gentleman for being so generous. And he makes a very interesting point and very interesting arguments. And I think many of this House are excited about the changes he was maybe going to bring forward. And if I read his manifesto, it makes a number of very interesting points about hereditary peers, about retirement age at 80, and about a requirement to strengthening the circumstances, as disgraced members will be removed, and an alternative second chamber. But all of this is missing, but it's in his manifesto. So why will the right honourable gentleman be open to accepting amendments that actually put in points that actually are in his manifesto?
Well, first of all, I'm delighted to see the right honourable gentleman's support for the other steps that are in our manifesto. This is great to see. He should actually have communicated that to his front bench in terms of the amendment that they've put down. But it looks like it too. But could I just say to the right honourable gentleman, if he reads the manifesto, and I'm sure in the diligent way that he usually exhibits in this House he will have done, it says that this is the immediate first step, and that is the mandate we bring before the House today. I'll give way.
Thank you very much. On that specific point, can the Minister update the House on the wider reforms that our government are seeking to introduce to the House of Lords, and why these reforms should not be delayed by this very specific legislation, which is as you pointed, as the gentleman opposite pointed out, was widely backed by the electorate?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point. Of course, as we look at the other reforms, from the retirement age to indeed participation, the government will look to build wide support on the way forward that, frankly, has not been found in previous attempts at reform. But at its heart is a principle of people being placed in the House of Lords to serve the public. And I do indeed look forward to debating these wider reforms. I look forward to debating them with the party opposite. But that is not the bill that is before us today. As I've already given way to the honourable gentleman, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
For giving way, does he recognise the survey that was recently done among Church of England clergy that recognised among the priesthood that there is a need for reforming the participation of Church of England bishops in our legislature? Would he reflect on that, and also the fact that it looks like we are in danger of having bishops who, instead of focusing their efforts on the cure of souls, are indeed more like mitred politicians, which can't be good for any of us. And finally, that we're talking about the Church of England in the Parliament of the United Kingdom. And in that respect, my right honourable friend who spoke earlier is absolutely correct in, at a first level, trying to expand the membership amongst the clergy to include other denominations. But if that proves impossible, for reasons that are pretty clear, removing them entirely.
Minister.
Well, the Church itself has said that they recognise the need for reform in terms of size of the House of Lords. Well, I would say to the right honourable gentleman that the kind of debate that's already arising here in this House today is further evidence as to why taking this in stages is a very sensible process. I'll give way a couple more times. I need to make some progress.
Thank you to our honourable friend for giving way. After the last 14 years, there's not been a single reform to the House of Lords. Is he as surprised as me that the members opposite now want to reform a huge amount of the second chamber?
Minister.
Yes, I think we do look at their record over the past 14 years and their newfound enthusiasm for forms of change. But I'll give way once more to the honourable gentleman. I need to make some progress.
He's very generous. I thank him for giving way. Does he not recognise that, given the fertile debate which is happening on this side of the House, because we tend to think independently and the opposition, the government should perhaps reflect on that, that this idea that the step-by-step process is going to work at all is for the birds?
Minister.
Well, I can't comment on the coherence of the opposition in the course of that process. I mean, I think what I've seen so far is a pretty incoherent effort, but maybe it will improve in the course of debate when we hear from the right honourable gentleman. But today's bill is about making, I'll make some progress, I've taken a number of interventions, but today's bill is about making immediate, long overdue process. And for centuries, the House of Lords existed as a nearly entirely hereditary house. And as long ago as 1869, there was an attempt to introduce life peers. In 1888, there was an attempt to introduce life peers and remove the hereditary element. But despite these efforts, it was only from 1958, after the passage of the Life Peerages Act, that non-judicial life peers began to join the other place. 40 years... let me finish. I'll come back. I will come back. 40 years later, the previous Labour government introduced a bill to end the right for hereditary peers to sit and vote in the House of Lords. But it is that act and the events that smoothed its passage that led the government then, I will come back to that, to accept an amendment on the principle of the removal of the hereditary peers. This then retained 92 hereditary peers on a temporary basis until further reforms to the other place were brought forward. But despite attempts at further reform, this temporary measure is still in place today. What I'll do is I'll take the honourable gentleman and then I will come to my honourable friend.
For the Minister for giving me. One of the dates and timelines he missed was Labour's pledge to abolish the House of Lords, which has stood for over 100 years and was reiterated by the Prime Minister only a couple of years ago. Is it still Labour's intention to abolish the House of Lords? And can he possibly understand their cynicism about further progress when this is a pledge that has been unhonoured for over a century?
Minister. I obviously can't comment on the honourable gentleman's cynicism about progress, but what I can comment on is the fact that our manifesto clearly sets out the government's position that we should have an alternative second chamber that is more representative of the nations and the regions. I will click my honourable friend and make some progress.
I thank my right honourable friend. In recent decades, major corporations, family businesses like Ford of the US or Peugeot in France realised that actually recruiting from within the family and making them the chief exec of a business was not necessarily the good idea. It's just the same thing, isn't it?
Minister.
It's great to have my honourable friend's support. Look, as the Leader of the Lords said when this matter was debated a few weeks ago in the other place, for the last 25 years, one of the arguments has been that nothing should be done until everything can be done. I'm afraid it's this same tired, stale old argument that we see at the heart of the official opposition amendment once again today. And it is that attitude, that approach, that means that here we are still in 2024 with a hereditary element in our legislature. I've already given way to the honourable gentleman once. In a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, it isn't right that what was seen even in 1999 as a temporary arrangement should persist for any longer. This government was elected on a manifesto that was explicit in its promises that would bring about an immediate reform by removing the right of hereditary payers to sit and vote in the House of Lords. The bill has a tightly defined objective, a clear focus and a clear aim that delivers on that mandate. I'll take the member for Billericay wanted, I think, to come in first, then I will come.
I just thank the Minister for giving way. And he talks about the issues around piecemeal reform and how it's a staid argument on that side. Surely the really staid argument is the fact that the Labour Party have just come in with an enormous majority. They want to do proper House of Lords reform. Why not get on and do it? Right? Why not do something cross-party where we could all get involved about our proper legislative reform rather than just tinkering at the edges, which is exactly what this bill does, for pure political advantage.
Minister.
Who exactly speaks for the opposition here? Who knows? I would, rather than put the point to me, I would take it up with the right honourable gentleman and the amendment that he's put down. Do they have any coherent position left? I'll take...
Olivia Bailey.
Does he agree with me that this legislation gives young people, like the impressive A-level students I met at the Willingcan Little Heath in my constituency, an equal chance to make the laws of this country in both houses? And will he tell the House how he intends to ensure this legislation progresses quickly?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the situation for young people in her constituency. This bill has a very clear mandate, and I hope that honourable members will back it in big numbers today. I will take one more, and then I will give him the chance. I'll take that one, and then.
the Minister for giving way, and I welcome his assurances that the bishops in the House of Lords will continue to play a role in our national life. And we mustn't bow to calls from those opposite who resent that, because they shine a very bright light into aspects of our national life which require scrutiny. But could you confirm for me that those hereditary members of the House of Lords who do provide much valuable contributions, there's nothing stopping them becoming life peers when they bring specific expertise to that chamber?
No, there's no bar on that from happening. I'm sure the new leader of the opposition, when they eventually emerge from their sort of parallel universe leadership contest, when that leader of the opposition emerges, I'm sure he'll have a quota, as all leaders of the opposition do, and it's a matter for that person to consider that contribution. I will take the honourable gentleman. I'll have to make some progress.
Some minutes ago, the right honourable gentleman said that the young people of Torfaen believed in equal opportunity and wanted equal opportunity, and that was reiterated by his colleague, again, a few moments ago. Not sure quite how that squares, that equal opportunity squares with the Labour Party that wants to stuff the House of Lords with its cronies. I can't see any equal opportunity in that. But that aside, and given that this piece of legislation before us today, upon which we're now going to be required to vote, is ill thought through, would the right honourable gentleman accept, one, that the hereditary peers that are members of the House of Lords have made and continue to make a very considerable contribution to the work of the upper house? And two, if that is so, has he given any consideration to, at the very least, ensuring that those hereditary peers who will be abolished will be given life peerages in a future parliament?
Minister.
I have to say, listening to the party opposite talking about stuffing the upper house with people, after the events of the last 14 years, I thought irony had died when I heard about that. And as for his point about life peers, I've just said it is no bar, of course not. And it will be a matter for the new leader of the opposition to look at the contributions individuals have made. I haven't denigrated their contribution, far from it. I've thanked people for their public service in the upper house, but it's a matter for the new leader of the opposition. If they wish to put forward former hereditary peers as life peers, that is entirely a matter for that leader of the opposition, and certainly will receive no objection from this side. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've covered why I think the removal of the hereditary peers from the other place is overdue. Let me now turn to why it is essential. It is indefensible in this day and age for people to sit in our legislature as an accident of birth. The then Prime Minister, then Prime Minister Harold Wilson, putting forward a programme for change in this House in October 1968, said this: "The government believes that reform should achieve the following objectives. First, the hereditary basis for membership should be eliminated." And here we are all those years later with that first objective still needing to be fully achieved. It's time for the hereditary nature of the Lords to come to an end. Perhaps it was the former Lord Speaker, Lord Fowler, who put it so eloquently when he said this: "It is not a question of personalities. It is a question of whether appointment of the House based on heredity is the right solution for the 21st century, and I do not believe that it is." And I reiterate, and it's to the point that the honourable gentleman made, the bill is not an attack on individuals in the other place. As I have said twice already, we recognise individual contributions. But what we are also saying is that we should reflect on the millions of people who are unable to make the same contribution as a result of the family that they were born into. The time has come for... I will come to you in one moment. The time has come for change. To maintain trust in our democratic institutions, it's important that our second chamber reflects modern Britain. I hope honourable members, when they vote this evening, will agree with me that it is indefensible in this day and age that over a tenth of our second chamber is essentially reserved for certain individuals due to an accident of birth. I'll give way.
So I'm deeply worried about the Minister's arguments. He's talking about accident of birth. Surely, if he's making that argument, how could he possibly defend constitutional monarchy? If he's going to question the hereditary principle in this place, how can he then therefore defend the idea that we have a hereditary monarchy?
I don't know if the honourable gentleman was in for the start of the debate, but that was exactly the same point was made to me on the first intervention, and I'll make the same 2 points to him. Number one, it is a completely different part of our constitution. No monarch has withheld royal assent from a bill since the reign of Queen Anne. And secondly, it is a constitutional monarchy that enjoys popular support. I give the same answer to his honourable friend at the start of the debate. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me just summarise the bill, because it is a short 5-clause bill. Clause 1 removes the remaining hereditary peers from the House of Lords and puts an end to the right of hereditary peers to sit and vote in that House. Clause 2 removes the current role of the House of Lords in considering peerage claims, reflecting the removal of the link between the hereditary peerage and the House of Lords. Complex or disputed claims will now be referred to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council under Section 4 of the Judicial Committee Act 1833 instead of the House of Lords. Clause 3 makes consequential amendments, and Clause 4 sets out the territorial extent of the bill and when it will commence. The bill will remove the remaining hereditary peers at the end of the parliamentary session in which it receives royal assent. And finally, Clause 5 establishes the short title of the bill. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, this bill fulfils an explicit manifesto commitment to deliver this reform to the House of Lords. In my generosity, as he has asked so many times, I will once more, for the last time, give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
And the Right Honourable Gentleman has been truly generous and very, very kind of him. And we know he is a radical at heart. And he's been suppressed by 10 Downing Street and the Whip's office and so much more. But what we want to do is see the radical come out of him. And actually, as I read his manifesto, there are 4 paragraphs under constitutional reform. The first one is a little bit waffly. The second one, though, is very important, because actually it mentions about the abolition of hereditary peers and also mentions about the 80-year retirement age in the same paragraph. Now, surely this could be a key element of 100%. This bill. It could be added on to this bill. It could actually help you deliver more of your reform. And I'm saying here in the open house here, I'm willing to defy my whips in order to deliver reform and change that I think many of us want to see.
Minister.
Together, Madam Deputy Speaker, he and I could form the New Radicals, couldn't we? What I say to the Right Honourable Gentleman is, when we move on to the next stage of this reform, I look forward to that similar level of independent, enthusiastic support, which I no doubt he will demonstrate when we get a new leader of the opposition as well. I'll take one. I've already taken the Honourable Gentleman, but I'll take one more intervention, then I'll...
Lewis. I'd like to thank the Minister and his colleague, the Minister without Portfolio, for having made themselves available to members of the opposition, as well as, no doubt, the government party, to discuss these things privately in a less, shall we say, dramatic environment than this one. But one of the incidental byproducts that's been pointed out to me by that very important group that I know he's going to see, of peers led by Lord Norton of Louth, who are in favour of sensible and credible reform, is that by removing the hereditaries, he will in fact be removing the only group of peers who are not appointed subject to prime ministerial influence. Now, that's not an argument for not doing it, but it might be an argument for putting the House of Lords Appointments Committee on a statutory basis. What does he think about that?
Minister.
Well, all I would say in the first instance is, even with the removal of hereditary peers, the party opposite still remains the largest party in the House of Lords. As regards why the reform, whether it's of the House of Lords Appointment Commission or indeed any other aspect, that discussion is clearly why the government has chosen to take this more considered, measured approach. And I do say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, I was grateful for his very constructive contribution when we did hold that drop-in, myself and the Minister without Portfolio. And I would just say to him that I am more than happy for that dialogue to continue, both during the passage of this bill and indeed when we move into the second stage of the reform. I keep being persuaded he wants what I will for John.
Thanks very much, and I'm delighted to see the Minister picking up where Harold Wilson left off.
Well said.
But does he not agree that a key part of this bill is about making our legislative parliament much more relevant to modern Britain and to modernise both Parliament and the country? And is it just not inexplicable and indefensible to have hereditary peers in the 21st century in modern Britain?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, entirely right in that contribution. And the second chamber plays a vital role in our constitution, but people should not have a role voting on and scrutinising our laws in Parliament by an accident of birth. This is a government elected with a promise to put public service at the heart of politics, including this legislation introduced in the first 100 days to show we are committed to driving that commitment forward. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 21st of February 1911, when the then Prime Minister Herbert Asquith moved the second reading of what became the landmark Parliament Act of 1911, he said this: "We present it to the House as the first and most urgent step towards a more perfect attainment. I present this bill over a century later in the same spirit as the first and most urgent step we can now take in the 2020s. And I hope I can count on all sides of the House to support this bill, and in that spirit I commend it to the House."
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Sir Oliver Dowden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name on the order paper. The British Constitution is not codified. If establishing a new country from scratch, one might choose not to craft such a system. But we are proud to be an old country, not a new one. The checks and balances of the Lords, its tried and tested conventions, work. The Lords does not claim to be a democratic chamber, and that is the key point. This elected House has primacy. Now, of course, the British Constitution does and should continue to evolve, but we should only fix what is broken and be cautious about rushing into change. Our evolution should start with questions of efficacy, not optics. We should be guided by the wisdom of past generations and the continuity of history and tradition. As Edmund Burke wrote, we have an inheritable crown, an inheritable peerage, and a House of Commons and a people inheriting privileges, franchises and liberties from a long line of ancestors. Now, the Paymaster General has described the accepted peers as out of step with modern Britain. Just as with the Blair and Brown governments before, this government seems obsessed with change for change's sake. We've seen it all before. Rebranding spun to give the impression of progress. The Law Lords replaced with the Supreme Court. The Lord Chancellor's Department aping the US-style Justice Department. Even Her Majesty's Stationery Office recast as the Office for Public Sector Information. At best, it's cosmetic. At worst, it risks irrevocable damage. And as we saw with the changes to the House of Lords judicial role, rushed constitutional change leads to unintended consequences. We should therefore proceed with caution. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. The role of hereditary peers in our democratic system is a bygone relic of a less democratic age. Can I ask, is that why the Minister opposite feels such an affinity for it?
Oliver Dowden.
Well, I join with the party opposite in paying tribute to the hereditary peers. The argument I will be elucidating in this speech, as set out in the amendment, is that if this government is committed to reform of the upper house, it should consider all the consequences of that reform, and this House and the other House should have ample opportunity to consider it properly. I give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you very much. The Right Honourable gentleman's made great play of how our constitution should develop. Does he not accept that almost every government, apart from the most recent one, has looked at the House of Lords and how it could be reformed, and that many of us believe it should actually go much further than is being put by this government, and see that just as a first step to having a properly elected upper chamber which is fully democratic and serves the people.
Oliver Dowden.
Well, as we have seen in this debate so far, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a range of views on both sides of this House about the way in which we should proceed with reform. The argument I'm making is that this House should have the opportunity to consider all of the changes together in the round before we rush ahead with constitutional change for the sake of virtue signalling and optics, rather than actually what suits the needs of the nation. I'll give way one more time to my right honourable friend.
I'm extremely grateful for my right honourable giving way, and perhaps he would consider this, that political legitimacy derives from many sources, but not entirely from democratic election. For if it did, we wouldn't have life peers. We wouldn't have a constitutional monarchy. Good. Legitimacy isn't wholly and solely a matter of being elected, or the Labour Party would be abolishing the House of Lords per se.
Yeah, so they should. Sir Oliver Dowden.
Well, it won't surprise my right honourable friend to hear that I completely agree with him, and as ever, he makes a very erudite point. I will make some progress, and then I will give way. So instead of proceeding with caution, this government has done precisely the opposite. There has been no pre-legislative scrutiny of this bill, no joint committee, no cross-party engagement. Indeed, Labour ministers have explicitly refused to consult on the removal of accepted peers. All of this forms a pattern with Labour's past constitutional tinkering. The Equalities Act 2010, both the Equality and Human Rights Commission and His Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary have said in recent months that the law is too complicated and need changes. The Human Rights Act 1998, in departing from Britain's common law tradition, it further expanded judicial review, undermining the very laws made by this Parliament and dragging the courts into answering political questions which should be a matter for the legislature. The same applies to Tony Blair's successive surrender to EU treaties. These acts created new problems for an old country, and this bill risks exactly the same. I give way.
For giving way. He's been on his feet for 5 minutes now, and I'm finding it really difficult to follow. And I ask him directly, maybe he can answer just yes or no. Is he in favour of getting rid of hereditary peers and people in the House of Lords based on birthright? Yes or no? Is he in favour of it or not?
No. Sir Oliver Dowden.
I'm strongly of the view that we should consider all of these things in the round. There is merit. No, there is merit. There is merit, and that is why we are proposing a reasoned amendment. But the risk of proceeding in a rushed fashion is that we come to regret it in the way that we have done on many previous occasions. I will make some progress, and I will give way to the honourable gentleman. In 1999, Baroness Jay, the then leader of the House of Lords, said that the partly reformed Lords, with only accepted hereditaries remaining, would be more legitimate because its members have earned their places and would have more authority. This, at the time, was termed the Jay Doctrine. So if the accepted peers go, what other conventions are at risk of change? The Salisbury Convention, the restraint against the restraint against vetoing secondary legislation, this lack of consultation and scrutiny, and the government's piecemeal approach to reform has met such questions have the potential to be reopened. I will give away to the right honourable gentleman opposite, and then that turn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This compromise of allowing the remaining members of the hereditary peerage to be in the other place is 25 years old. How much longer does he need to consider these options, whether he's in favour of them or not?
Well, I would gently say to the honourable gentleman opposite, those reforms were introduced in 1999. By my calculation, the party opposite were in power for another 11 years. They did precisely nothing. And the reason, and I will come on to this in a moment, that the hereditaries remained in the House of Lords in 1999 was to ensure that all of these things were considered at the same time. The government is breaking a principle that it agreed to previously. I'll give away one more time.
way, he talks about the Salisbury Convention. Now, is that his way of telling us today that when this bill reaches the other place, as it was a manifesto commitment which was read out by my friend from Stone, that the Conservative benches in the House of Lords will be voting for this bill to comply with that convention that he himself has said is so important?
Well, the right honourable gentleman, the Paymaster General, knows how much I respect conventions, but ultimately that is a matter for the other chamber. Now we shouldn't be surprised. I will make some progress, and I can assure the honourable gentleman we shouldn't be surprised that the Labour government has only introduced this very short bill because it has no clear plans for wider Lords reform. In 2022, the Prime Minister endorsed Gordon Brown's plans for an assembly of the nations and regions, but now that's been kicked into the long grass. Labour grandees, such as Lord Blunkett, have warned it risks mirroring gridlock too often seen in the United States. Lord Mandelson described the plan as a multi-layered cake, barely put in the oven, let alone fully baked. Lord Adonis observed that within Labour there is no consensus on reform and that it will be difficult and controversial. Even the current leader of the Lords, Baroness Smith, admitted this year that an elected chamber risked losing the primacy of the Commons. And therein, Madam Deputy Speaker, lies the dilemma for the Labour Party and their newfound Commons majority. Perhaps Labour ministers are starting to realise that Lords reform is challenging and difficult. Yet in 1999, I'll make some more progress and I will give way. In 1999, the reforms recognised this challenge. In this July's King's Speech background brief, the Labour government asserted that the continued presence of accepted peers is by accident. This is simply not true. In 1999, Labour's Lord Chancellor, Lord Irvine, told the other House that the presence of hereditaries was an intentional anomaly. It would ensure a future government undertook proper and considered reform of the Lords. His fellow architect, Viscount Crownborn, called this the sand in the shoe. But now Labour want to declare war on the past without a clear target in sight. So as they can't agree what to do, the Prime Minister has gone for this chipolata of a bill, the mantra of change serving as a tiny fig leaf to cover his embarrassment. The Emperor has no clothes, perhaps other than from Lord Alley. I'll give way to you, sir.
I'm grateful to the honourable member, but he's making a case on shifting sand. His case seems to boil down to people haven't had time to consider this issue. This reform has been in 2 Labour manifestos, one in 97 and one this year, and got overwhelming support from the electorate. And the second point is that the compromise reached between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party in 99 was nothing to do with good work done by many hereditaries. It was to stop logjam because the House of Lords were threatening to hold Labour's programme up and throw the Salisbury Convention aside.
Well, the purpose of the 99 compromise was to ensure that we didn't remove hereditary peers without considering the wider consequences. And this is precisely my concern with the approach being pursued by the government. This meagre bill isn't motivated by considered and enlightened principle. Labour want to remove the independent and experienced voices of accepted peers so they can parachute in a wave of new Labour cronies. Change in the name of executive power grab, not change to serve the British people. The accepted peers are immune from the needs of political patronage. They work in the public interest for the good of the nation. Edmund Burke once described them as the great oaks that shade a country. The same, I'm afraid, could not be said of the saplings of the new Labour intake. Before the election, Labour sources admitted this. This is what they admitted. They admitted They admitted. I will give way in a moment. I will give way in a moment. Before the election, this is what Labour sources admitted. I shall prove my point. We're going to need to appoint a dozen peers on day one to do big junior ministerial jobs that the MPs shadowing them aren't up to doing. In 1999, Lord Strathclyde, the then shadow leader of the Lords, presciently warned of the return of an almost medieval executive power, a noisome bramble patch of presidentialism, patronage, private pressure, preferment and place. Past words that speak truth today. Now, one of the central arguments evinced by the Paymaster General is that no one in Parliament should be there by, quote, an accident of birth. Yet today's Labour Party reeks of the hereditary principle. The elevation of the Nepo babies of North London, the coronation of the Red Princes, the Goulds, the Faulkners, the Kinnocks, the Bens, the Eagles, the Reeves, many of them distinguished members, but under Labour's closed shop, it's hereditary peers out, hereditary MPs in. So the question this House must address is, will a wholly appointed chamber and waves of new Labour peers improve the governance of our nation? Will it mean a proper impact assessment to their cuts to the winter fuel payments? Will there be better scrutiny of the proposed French-style union laws? Or, as Michael Foot told this House in 1969, when opposing Harold Wilson's Lords Reform Bill, will it become just a second chamber selected by the whips, a seraglio of eunuchs? A phrase that the Labour Party apparently wants to apply to this House, given the diktat from the Labour whips banning their MPs from tabling amendments without permission. The Downing Street boys don't want dissent from any House of Parliament. Yes, the gentleman has been very patient, and I'll give way.
Thank you for giving way. What is it about defending the undefendable? You know, to talk about rushing this, it's over 100 years, certainly we on this benches have been trying to reform the other place. And again, it's not about personalities, it's about that principle of ensuring we don't have hereditaries, people by birthright, as legislators in this modern democracy. Surely the opposition supports that.
Are you going to vote for it?
Well, first, the party opposite were in power for 11 years after the 99 bill. They completely failed to undertake this reform. And there is a reason why they failed to do so. Because we have a delicate and complex unwritten constitution of checks and balances, of principles and of conventions, and when one starts to pick away at one realises the consequence of it. Now, if we are going to proceed down this line, it is important that this House, most of the members opposite, which have only been elected for the past 4 months, have the opportunity to properly scrutinise this. This is a new Parliament, and we should have the opportunity to properly scrutinise it. I will give way once more to the gentleman opposite, and I will give way.
I'm grateful to the former Deputy Prime Minister for giving way, and he's right, I haven't been here as long as him, and I'm enjoying his audition for the Shadow Cabinet when the new leader arrives. But can he tell us? Can he tell us? Will he join me in the eye lobby this evening, yes or no?
Yes, I doubt I have much chance of joining the next Shadow Cabinet. This is my swan song rather than my audition. I think you'll find. The reason why I oppose this bill is for the reasons I've set out in this speech, that it is rushed and that we have not considered the wider consequences. The gentleman wishes me to give way, and then I will have to conclude my...
Thank you very much for giving way to a sapling. The interesting thing about saplings, as I'm sure the former Deputy Prime Minister knows, is that sometimes we become oaks, I guess we shall have to say. But the reason there are so many saplings upon these benches is that we chop down so many oaks from the opposition. benches. And whilst we haven't been in this House a long time, a lot of us have been involved in the interests of our constituents and the conversations of politics for a long time. So does the former Deputy Prime Minister agree with me that this House does not hold the collective knowledge of the whole country, and that sometimes we may have formed views about what is necessary in the other place before we reach this chamber?
Well, I very much hope that the honourable gentleman opposite grows into a sturdy oak, like all of the great oaks we have behind us on this benches. There is a path to be followed to achieve that. And it may well be the case that many people enter this House with their pre-existing views, and that's, of course, the base on which many people were elected. But my argument is that we should consider the consequences of one change in relation to hereditaries on the wider composition of the House of Lords, and indeed in relation to the Constitution. I will give way one more time.
My right honourable friend rightly talks about the consequences of these changes. Has he also considered the removal of the Earl Marshal and the Lord Great Chamberlain of England, which was protected under the 1999 legislation brought forward by the then Labour government? Will he commit to actually supporting their retention in the House of Lords on a constitutional basis?
A very important point. I believe that the government does have plans to address this in the legislation. But the one point, and I will give way in one moment, the one point I would make in relation to the reforms proposed by the party opposite is that actually having those people with their experience of organising coronations, as I saw during the organisation of the coronation the year before last, is another part of the way our constitution works. All of these elements work together. If you pick away at one, you have unintended consequences. I will give way to the front bench.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. Just to make absolutely clear, the Lord Great Chamberlain and the Earl Marshal, whilst they will not, under this bill, continue to sit and vote in the House of Lords, nonetheless will continue with their important ceremonial functions.
Yeah. I would say to the right honourable gentleman, the Paymaster General, again, the risk with all of this is that we take something that has formed part of the fabric of our constitution. The role of those two office holders has been essential to the role of the Crown, and if we remove those roles from fully playing their part in the House of Lords, it may have unintended consequences that are deleterious to the interests of the nation. I'm afraid I have taken much of the House's time, so I'm going to seek to conclude. Yet hereditary and appointees aside, I would argue that the precise composition of an unelected second chamber is rather a second-order issue. Rather, both the government and Parliament should be considering how we can better improve scrutiny powers of that revising chamber. We need a strong government, but we need a muscular Parliament too. All governments should be held to account, particularly one with the biggest gap in history between their number of MPs and their popular vote. We should particularly consider how Parliament can better scrutinise the Quango state, unaccountable tiers of government which are ballooning under this Labour government. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, Lords reform is challenging. For a century, no one has cut the Gordian knot, and certainly not Gordon Brown. But the system we have inherited from the turn of the millennium still works, proving the strengths and adaptability of the British Constitution. Constitutional change is an area where one should tread lightly. It requires proper consultation, engagement, and consideration. And on that basis, as set out in our reasoned amendment, His Majesty's most loyal opposition will be opposing this bill, not to defend the privilege of old, but in defence of a strong and independent Parliament. A Parliament that stands up to an overmighty executive and our nation's long-standing liberties and freedoms.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper, the question is that the amendment be made. Shaun Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a delight to be speaking in this debate. Before I make my main major contributions, I'd first like to praise and aid my predecessor, Lord Bruce Grocott, in the other place, who, since the 1999 compromise, has tried his best to do the step-by-step constitutional change that the Shadow Minister talked about by abolishing the principle of the by-election for the hereditary peers. That was the first step that was put forward by Lord Grocott in the other place. I will.
They're at least elected by someone, unlike all the other placemen.
Yeah, exactly. Patient, I will come on to the farce that was the by-election results that took place for those hereditary peers. Lord Grocott epitomises for me what is great about the House of Lords. Somebody with experience, somebody with a contribution to make to national life, and somebody who was appointed by the then Prime Minister, Tony Blair, to the other place. And as we have heard from the benches opposite, hereditary peers do make valuable contributions in the House of Lords, and there's nothing stopping those hereditary peers being selected by the Leader of the Opposition or the Prime Minister of this country at any time to go back into the House of Lords, should that be their wish. I will look.
Does the gentleman agree that there may well be an opportunity in the very near future where we read about all of the Conservative MPs who may need to stand down because of the restrictions on the second jobs, that if they feel so strongly about the contributions that these hereditary peers may make, there may be some seats opening up for them in the very near future?
Well, I'm surprised that the members opposite who are Conservative MPs are able to get a second job or a third job when they don't do their first job very well at all. Do my honourable phone want to give way? No, thank you. Mr. Speaker, a second chamber in the manner that's been described can be vital for delivering effective and considerable progressive change. But the ancestry and the bloodline entitlement is for the birds. It doesn't stand up to 1924 standards of accountability, yet alone 2024. My noble friend, Lord Grocott, as I said, moved a number of times a private member's bill that was supported by many peers in the House of Lords time and time again to remove the by-election ability for hereditary peers. Yet that bill, those bills were filibusted by a handful of hereditary peers. Indeed, the last time a Labour government won a landslide majority and tried to abolish this principle, the unelected other place threatened to disrupt the government's agenda, and we were forced into the compromise of the 92. The opposition leader of the House of Lords said in 2021 that the intention, the tactic, was to make their flesh creep in order to stop the government's programme. Hereditary peers and the obstruction to democracy has consistently gone hand in glove. Fortunately, and I'm glad to say that this minister has taken the first step at reforming the House of Lords. As many members will be aware, of the 92... I'm going to make some progress. As many members will be aware, 92 hereditary peers in the other place, there's not a single woman amongst those 92. It is perhaps no coincidence that when there are by-elections...
Not on their benches.
It is perhaps no coincidence that when by-elections do come round, this all-male electorate keep electing more men, who then go on to elect more men. That doesn't sound like progressive change to me. It sounds like the old boys' club that has changed very little in the last several hundred years. And not only does the election on the basis of bloodline lead to worse outcomes, as I say, it's wrong on principle. I won't. I'm sure the honourable member will catch the Madam Deputy Speaker's eye in due course. I am proud to play my part in the democratic process. That somebody who was elected, somebody who's been elected by the people of Telford, there's a strong message here as well to young people in our constituencies, which is if you want to be a member of the legislature in this country, either in this chamber or the one down the corridor, you can do based upon your contributions to public life and your skills, not on your bloodline. And as I say about the by-elections that have taken place over a number of years, one by-election that took place, there has been 6 candidates when there were only 3 voters. It is an absolute embarrassment to democracy and to the view that other countries will take of us around the world. There are many areas where the United Kingdom is a world leader and where we aspire to be. On the education system, on civil liberties, on our creative sectors, our business sector, and many more. But this is an area I do think that the House should agree to modernise and to transform. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is right that the House of Lords is reformed, and no doubt over the course of the years and decades to come, more reforms come through. But this is a fundamental first step that the people of our country have voted this government to deliver. I congratulate the Minister for bringing this to the House so quickly, and I look forward to voting for it in the lobbies tonight.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats have been calling for reform of the House of Lords with a democratic mandate for decades. This bill is a welcome step forward and one which we support. These measures are long overdue, and we are grateful that they are being brought forward so early in this Parliament. Fundamentally, we as Liberal Democrats do not believe that there is space in a modern democracy for hereditary privilege. The last significant reform of our second chamber was introduced 25 years ago. Whilst ultimately we would like to see a fully democratically elected upper chamber, this legislation is a very welcome step to modernise the upper house. In maintaining the right of hereditary peers to sit in our legislature, we are one of only 2 nations in the world where membership of the second chamber is decided by virtue of hereditary privilege. The principle of inherited membership of the other place is deeply antiquated, and we welcome the government's move to remove this ludicrous practice. Reform of our upper chamber has been a long-standing Liberal Democrat policy. Our stance on reform of the second house, in fact, outlives many of the historically significant peerages which the current hereditary peers establishment maintains. 49% of the current hereditary peerages were created in the 20th century, with only 29% of hereditary peerages predating the 19th century, and the most recent created in 1964, postdating the Life Peerages Act. This legislation does not wash away our history. It does not destroy tradition. The statistics alone should dissuade any argument regarding the upholding of heritage. This reform is simply a move towards a more democratic form of politics. We must do all we can to restore public trust in politics. Yes.
I'd just be interested to know how she can call it more democratic to have a purely nominated chamber.
I regret that the honourable gentleman has not been listening to what I've been saying. Liberal Democrat policy is to have an elected second chamber. We welcome this. We welcome this as a step towards that democratically elected chamber.
To the honourable lady, I have long advocated, I think with the support of the right honourable gentleman, my friend, the member for Holton Price, the abolition of the House of Commons, the abolition of the House of Lords, 4 national parliaments, each with a First Minister, and an upper house dealing solely with defence, foreign policy and macro taxation, which was the original purpose of Parliament. Why is she prepared to go half hog rather than whole hog?
Quite right. Tear it all up.
Well, I have to say, I regret that the Conservatives did not win a mandate in July for the kind of wholesale reform that the gentleman is proposing. But, you know, as I say, the Liberal Democrat policy has always been for an elected second chamber. This is not what this bill delivers, but we are looking for this government to go further, far further than the Conservatives did in the last 14 years. I'm finding it so extraordinary that you're suddenly all converted to the cause of Lords reform when you've done nothing about it for a decade and a half. It's insane. But I would say to both of the honourable gentlemen who intervened on me, Liberal Democrat policy is for an elected upper chamber. That is what we would like to see. But to get rid of the hereditary peers is a very welcome first step. And that is why we will be supporting this legislation. We must do all we can to restore public trust in politics after the chaos of the previous Conservative government. And in removing this unelected and undemocratic aspect of our Parliament, we will move closer to that goal. Not only is the concept of inherited privilege, I've allowed the gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the honourable lady for giving way. I have to say her argument would hold far more water
if the Liberal Democrats didn't just adopt a position of we want it to be wholly elected and we will not nominate anybody to the upper house until it is. But every single council leader up and down the land who's led a Liberal Democrat Conservative group of sometimes 3 people has suddenly found themselves draped in ermine and voting in the upper house. Her principle and her party's actions are very wide apart.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. I want to be very clear. The Liberal Democrats support the idea of a second chamber. Under the current system, it's an appointed elected chamber. We are here today to support the principle of an elected second chamber, and we are supporting the first step in that direction. But as I say to the honourable gentleman, we support the principle of an upper chamber, and we are very glad that there is Liberal Democrat representation within it. But that doesn't mean to say that we don't support the idea of changing the way that people are introduced into the upper house. That is the principle that we are here to support. And the honourable gentleman is... I'm finding it difficult to work out what the Conservative argument is here. Do you want to abolish the House of Lords? Do you want them to be elected? Or do you want to keep everything exactly as it is? We support this bill that is here before us today because it's a welcome first step towards a broader range of reforms that we have supported since 1911, which, as I've already said, predates many of the hereditary peerages that you seem so keen to maintain. But not only is the concept of inherited privilege one of fundamental antiquated inequality, it also exacerbates the distinct gender imbalance of the second chamber. With not a single one of the current hereditary peers being a woman, removing the membership of these peers to sit in the other place, the gender composition will be slightly less severe, moving from 70% to 67%. Parliament should be a body which represents and reflects the diversity and richness of the people and the cultures which make up our country. This legislation, removing the last remaining hereditary peers' membership to the other place, is a significant step in moving towards a more representative Parliament. If successful, a significant impact of this bill would be on the size of the House. In 2017, we supported the findings of the Burns report, which recommended measures to manage the exponentially increasing membership of our second chamber. In removing the right of hereditary peers from sitting in the other place, we will see a significant reduction in the size of the House, moving back towards a more sensible size. Liberal Democrats are supporters of this change and for the move towards a smaller upper chamber. And whilst we are grateful to the Government for the introduction of this bill, and we intend to support its progress throughout the House, we also recognise and acknowledge the commitment, wisdom and contributions brought by some of the hereditary members of the upper chamber. We thank them for their work, yet hope that they can agree with me that we can no longer ignore the entrenched inequality which the continuation of hereditary membership to their House brings. The Liberal Democrats have a long-standing commitment to reforming our second chamber with a proper democratic mandate. I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues of both this chamber and the other place are working together to push for broader reform as soon as possible. We're glad that the Government's manifesto has committed to other reforms, including changes to the appointment process, addressing the national and regional composition of the second chamber, the introduction of a mandatory retirement age and a participation requirement, and we ask the Minister if he can set out a timeline for these reforms. We've consistently spoken out against the current system of prime ministerial appointments, which ingrains patronage, reinforces the elitism of British politics and contributes to so many people losing faith in our system. We would like the Government to reassure us that they will not be following in the footsteps of the former Conservative Government, which ignored the findings of the 2017 Burns report and presided over a House of Lords that has ballooned in size. There have been suggestions that the Government's plans for reform of the other place would include a requirement for any nomination for a peerage to be accompanied with an explanation of the candidate's suitability. I ask if the Minister will commit to this and bring the appointment of peers more in line with those of other honours, such as knighthoods, with political parties providing an overview of the relevant skills, knowledge and experience of the candidate. Yes.
Thank you. Could the Honourable Lady tell the House how many life peerages were given out by the California lobbyist Sir Nicholas Clegg?
No, I can't. That happened in a previous Parliament. It's got no relevance to this current piece of legislation, which is about abolishing the hereditary peers. But
I thank the my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree that it's surprising to hear the confusion from the Conservative benches over our position on this measure, as we have figured out how to win under first past the post and cost so many of their colleagues their seats, that we come here with the ambition to change the voting system to a much more progressive and much more fairer and proportionate voting system, in the same way that to deliver a fully reformed House of Lords, the way to achieve that is to engage in the process and to change it from within.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my colleague for his intervention, because it just underlines what the Liberal Democrats want to see is a fully reformed House of Lords, elected second chamber, because we think that that will better serve the people of this country, and it will restore some of the gravitas, the dignity to the House of Lords, and make it a more effective second chamber. And that ultimately is what we should all be looking to achieve. We continue to support the findings of the Burns report in 2017, which claims that the House should be cut to 600 peers and outlines ways to ensure this happens. Now, whilst the removal of hereditary members is an important step in this process, we will continue to push the government to continue with further reform in the future. In particular, we look to them to uphold their manifesto commitment of introducing a retirement age, a measure which further aids the reduction and subsequent management of the size and membership number of the House. And we want the second chamber to have proper democratic legitimacy. Yep.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I'd be very curious as to whether the Liberal Democrats would be open to amendments that would actually look at taking the reforms as being proposed by the front bench that step further, as you know, it's very important that we work together to make sure that we get the best form of upper house.
We will certainly be participating fully in committee stage. We'll be scrutinising the legislation to see if suitable amendments can be tabled, but that will be a Liberal Democrat initiative, and that's something that we will certainly play our part in. Ultimately, we want the second chamber to have a proper democratic legitimacy, ultimately moving towards a replacement of the House of Lords with an elected chamber. We believe that moving to a fully democratic elected chamber is essential in strengthening the integrity of Parliament and the authority of our second chamber. And more broadly...
I thank her for giving way. She's been very, very generous. And the Liberal Democrats clearly have a very formed view on the reforms that they want. So what number of Lords would be in the elected upper chamber?
I have to confess I missed your final question because I was distracted by the gentleman over there. But what I would say to you, I would just reiterate we want to see broader reform of the House of Lords with a democratically elected second chamber. And more broadly, I'm not giving away again, we are supportive of wider electoral reform and would look to the government to support our pledges to modernise our electoral system. We want to strengthen democratic rights and participation by scrapping the Conservative Party's voter ID scheme, expanding political and democratic engagement by extending the right to vote to 16 and 17-year-olds, and we want to take big money out of politics by capping donations to political parties. We call for the government to enshrine the ministerial code in legislation, give Parliament the powers to hold government ministers to account and protect politics from corruption and sleaze. And we want to see this new Labour government be bold in transferring greater powers away from Westminster and Whitehall. We believe that local authorities know best what their communities and towns need, and we want this government to acknowledge that by boosting their authority and powers. I hope we can all agree on the inappropriateness of hereditary status as a qualification for membership of a modern parliamentary democracy, that being the son, grandson or great-grandson of a former courtier, colonial administrator or 20th century businessman is neither reason nor justification for a seat in a democratic parliament. I and my Liberal Democratic colleagues therefore welcome this legislation and are grateful to the government for taking swift action to make our political system fairer. In this legislation, we hope to see the most significant modernisation of the upper chamber in a quarter of a century. And whilst we will continue to push the government to introduce bolder and broader parliamentary reforms, this legislation signals a serious move towards more representative, more democratic and fairer politics. My Liberal Democrat colleagues and I are proud to support this bill as it moves through the House. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Can I just give members a small reminder that this is a very specific bill about the hereditary members of the House of Lords, and therefore speeches need to focus on that. And a quick reminder to all members and sad to be saying this to front bench spokespersons, when you use the word you are referring to the chair, and that is not how we conduct debate in this House. Gareth Snell.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your guidance on etiquette and conduct in this place. I think it's very important, and I'm very grateful to be able to make a relatively brief contribution, I hope, to this bill today. I mean, it'll come as no surprise to the party opposite that I fully support the bill that's in front of us. I think it is a sensible, rational and timely first step towards reform of the other plays in a way that allows us, as the Honourable Member for Hertsmere has so eloquently argued for, give us time to consider other things as we go along. That is, there is a time for evolution and there is a time for revolution, and at the moment the House of Lords and how we amend that, it's a time for evolution. It is about how we take those first steps towards removing the most undefensible part of that House and the most indefensible part of our Constitution, whilst allowing the time and the space for us to consider the other issues that have been raised and those issues that we committed to in our manifesto, which I'll gently remind the party opposite did deliver a majority government upon which you could say consultation was had, and therefore we enact our policies. And whilst I enjoyed the contribution from the former Deputy Prime Minister, and I don't ask him to speak for his party because his party is in flux, but I would ask any former Conservative member that speaks, not necessarily just to complain about the scope of this bill, and in particular the lack of reform, and I welcome them to the argument for reform of the upper house. It's a long time coming, but you know, better late than never. I would ask if anyone can actually defend the right of 92 people to sit in the upper house by virtue of their birth. And if we consider not least the fact that it's not just 92 people, it is almost exclusively, since their inception, been 92 white men. There have been 5 women who, at the passage of the 99 Act, were allowed to continue in the House of Lords as hereditary peers, the last one being the Countess of Mar, who retired in 2020. And as was pointed out by my honourable friend from Telford, at every opportunity when a by-election has arisen for one of those seats that were held by women, it was replaced by a man. And on the roll of eligible peers who could now stand in by-elections if the House of Lords hadn't amended their standing orders to allow those by-elections to continue, there are over 200 potential candidates to fill those seats. And I will take an intervention from any member opposite if they can tell me how many of those people on that roll are women. Anyone? No. It is 2. Less than 1% of the people eligible to fulfil those hereditary seats in the House of Lords would be women. And I have absolutely no doubt that the party opposite will share with me a concern that that is an in-baked inequality that we allow to say that if you are a white man, you have a potential privilege, if you are one of the 92, if you are there also one of those 200 families that happened by, let us patent 100 years old, to have been in a position to secure one of those seats. And that to me is the most indefensible part, because it isn't necessarily about who those people are, and I don't doubt that every single member of the hereditary peers group, whether they be of my party or not, has an expertise and a skill set that they can bring to bear in this place. But if, upon their expulsion, they wish to continue to make a contribution to public life, every party will have a nomination list at some point throughout this Parliament if they wish to bring back their best and their brightest. And of course, by no longer being members of the House of Lords, they are perfectly entitled to do what we have all done and present themselves to the public for election to this place with a mandate. And I think that it is... Happily.
The Tory party are clearly unembarrassed by the total lack of women in the hereditary peerage right now. But does he agree they should be embarrassed by the total lack of women on the benches right now?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I'm not sure any of us over here need to quantify their embarrassment. They do it often for themselves. But I would say that some of the arguments that have been progressed by the honourable gentleman opposite seem to be confused about whether or not they want more reform or less reform? And I think we know the answer is they don't want any reform, but they hold up a smokescreen of wanting to do this quicker and faster and with more zeal than the Labour Party is doing, simply because they wish to ruin the bill. They wish to tag on amendments that they know are not relevant at this point, that are not in scope of the bill. They want to make arguments. They want to make arguments about retirement ages, and I'm sure when the honourable gentleman from Stone, Great Wyrley, and Penkridge was arguing that there should be an 80 retirement age, he of course hadn't spoken to his honourable friend from Herne Bay and Sandwich, who of course is an 81-year-old gentleman, although to look at him you wouldn't think a day over 60. So I'll happily give way.
Puzzled about is that he doesn't like the current system, that's clear, but he's not explaining how our legislation would be better to remove those people who've got so much wisdom and experience and knowledge. How is our country's legislation going to benefit from this change?
I mean, forgive me for not necessarily agreeing with the Honourable Gentleman. I think there's quite a lot of wisdom in this place. There's quite a lot of experience in this place that can be brought to make our legislation better. And even with the removal of the 92 hereditary peers, there's still going to be 650 peers at the other end of this building who themselves have incredible insight into their specialisms. But what we do is we remove a group of people whose only entitlement to be there has been because, as was pointed out by the Lib Dem spokesperson, comes from a birthright many hundred years old, and because they've been selected by their friends to sit with them. And he may not agree with me on that point, but as was pointed out again by my honourable friend from Telford, the election process over there is a farce. It is not. It is more often more candidates than there are electors. It's almost akin to the Tory party leadership at its start.
Honourable gentleman to give away, but the only group that seem to also reserve a place in the House of Lords are millionaires, party donors. 6 to 8 out of 284 political appointees between 2003 and 2013 gave £58 million to political parties. What's he going to do about them?
I mean, the Honourable Gentleman tempts me to stray outside of the scope of the bill with that, and as Madam Deputy Speaker has been quite clear, this is very much specifically about hereditary peers. But look, part of the commitment that has been made by this government is about how we reform the appointments process to the House of Lords. But it doesn't all have to be done in one bill at the same time. As was pointed out by the former Deputy Prime Minister, there is a pace to this which needs to be done considered so that we don't have those unintended consequences that he is so rightly concerned about. And the Honourable Gentleman can chunter at me while sitting down, but the point is, whilst we're looking at hereditary peers, we look at the 92 in front of us, and if anyone wants to justify to me why 92 white men should be reserved for a seat in the House of Lords, then I will take an intervention from them here and now. But they don't want to do that, Madam Deputy Speaker. They don't want to defend the indefensible. What they want to do is complain and bellyache about the fact that they don't like what we're doing. They want to dress up their concerns as process concerns about unintended consequences, about spurious arguments about the Earl Marshal and the Lord Great Chamberlain, all of which opens up to the fact that this is a party opposite that simply has run out of ideas and run out of steam, and all they can sit and do is to chunter and complain about the things that we want to do. Is an Honourable Gentleman seeking an intervention or leaving?
Setting aside the Honourable Gentleman's ageist remarks, which I frankly find deeply offensive, taking the point that the Honourable Lady, the member for the speaking for the Liberal Democrats, made, why is it okay for the Labour Party to maintain the patronage of the Prime Minister to appoint Labour Party cronies to the House of Lords, while abolishing the hereditary peerage who do a good job?
I apologise to the Honourable Gentleman if my suggestion he didn't look at the over 60 was ageist. I do, over 50 maybe. I find it very difficult to sustain an argument from the party opposite about crony patronage to the House of Lords when the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson put hundreds of people into the House of Lords, and yet in doing so did so against the advice of the House of Lords Recommendations Committee, and they did that, and they said nothing at the time. They were happy about it, but now all of a sudden It's an absolute problem that needs to be resolved. And that is why I welcome the fact that my honourable friend, the Paymaster General, has been quite clear that as part of this Labour government, after we have completed the process of removing the accepted hereditaries, we will move on to the other areas of House of Lords reform that will make the appointment process more transparent. It will allow us to have a considered debate about the way in which that process can happen, because whilst we have prime ministerial patronage, it has to be done in a way that is transparent and clear. And frankly, the party opposite can give no lessons to any of us about transparency in the patronage of the roles that the Prime Minister handed out, because the Prime Minister of which his party generated under Boris Johnson packed the House of Lords with his friends, his cronies, against the advice of the officials, and they had nothing to say about it. I don't know if my honourable friend was seeking...
Honourable gentleman, forgive me. Well, and I was very interested. He raised the point, the fact that further reforms would be coming down the line, and that would entail further legislation. We know how precious legislative time is, and I wondered if he'd able to inform the House, or maybe the Paymaster General were able to intervene on him when the subsequent Lord reform bills will be coming forward in this Parliament.
Yeah. The honourable gentleman for his support in that, and there will be more legislation. He will forgive me. He will forgive me. I am not a front bench member of my party, but I know because it was in our manifesto that we were committed to further reform, that time will come, and there will be, I am sure, legislative time, and I am certain. And I am certain that he will have an opportunity later in this debate to put that question to the Labour Party front bench directly, or to perhaps, the business questions on Thursday morning. But to draw my comments to a conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd rather not, if that's okay. Anyone else but not, I mean, the honourable gentleman was only 10 votes away from potentially getting a peerage himself. So perhaps on that matter he may not want to comment on the appointment process. But I would just say, I'll give way.
Seeing as he's had a nice laugh at my expense, and he'll know what it's like to lose an election himself from previously, and obviously then move seats himself. So the point I was just going to make is the honourable gentleman made a good point about the Labour manifesto, including the removal of hereditary peers. As my right honourable friend made clear just before, it also included in the same paragraph the retirement age being introduced to the age of 80. Will the honourable gentleman welcome any amendments to this bill to introduce that in this legislation?
Again, I'm surprised I have to explain how legislation works to the honourable gentleman. You don't legislate your whole manifesto in one bill at the beginning of Parliament. What the front bench of my party has said, and I fully accept it is the right way to do it, is there will be a sequence of reforms over time, starting with the expulsion of the hereditary peers, because that is the simplest way to start this process, allowing for time and space for considered debate about the other proposed reforms that were in our manifesto and were supported by the British people. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, all this bill does is seek to end a 27-year anomaly that first came about when the Conservative Party objected to previous reforms. By voting for it tonight, we can start to right that wrong. We can start ourselves on a process of reform of the House of Lords, and I look forward to welcoming all my new reforming friends to join us in the eye lobby this evening.
Simon Hoare.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I begin my remarks, can I just apologise to you, Madam, that I have a meeting with the Health Minister of the Department of Health a little later, so I will have to slip out for part of the debate. I slightly hesitate to say this in the presence of my right honourable friend who sits on my left, and my right honourable friend for Herefordshire. I would love to describe myself as a romantic old Tory who believes in that Peel dictum that you keep the best of what you've got and reform only where necessary. But I'm afraid that ship has probably sailed, and we are now full steam ahead into the 21st century. And there is much that the right honourable gentleman, the member for Torfaen, said to support the principle that he seeks to make, which is, in a modern legislature, can we justify, beyond an attractive traditional anachronism, 92 or whatever hereditary peers. And it is, frankly, nigh on impossible, apart from a romantic attachment, which my right honourable friend, the member for Hertsmere, gave his best shot at, and made some very important points, particularly quoting Burke. I'm distressed, I have to say, to my right honourable friend, to hear that when our leadership issues have been settled, he will be leaving the front bench. He was just starting to show such promise. And great things beckoned, I am sure. He is a great mate and will be much missed. But I'm afraid the argument that the Minister has deployed is not the best one I think I was expecting to hear him say. He's an accomplished author. He's written books on Nye Bevan. He's written, I think, an award-winning book on Harold Wilson. And he wrote a book about Attlee. Well, the right honourable gentleman would, I think, possibly hear those heroes of his spinning in their grave, because his approach to Lord's reform would translate to Wilson having a lukewarm heat of technology. Attlee saying, well, I've created a little bit of a welfare state. I think we'll just pause now for 30 years and see how that goes, because some people might not like it. Or Nye Bevan saying, well, do you know what, I've opened up a cottage hospital in Cwmbran. That's quite enough. Let's just pause for a moment and see how that works. If you're going to do it, do it. And this is a point I make with the greatest of respect and politeness, because the right honourable gentleman I admire enormously. 14 years of opposition, decades since Harold Wilson, over a century since Lloyd George's price list of viscounties and heaven knows what else, when he was selling peerages to try and keep the old Liberal Party in power. And yet, rather in a sort of tantalising Lord's Reform version of the Dance of the Seven Veils, he says, well, this is a little bit I want to show you about what we're going to do. There's more to come after the interval, but we don't know how long the interval is going to be. And my right honourable friend from Staffordshire, a former Chief Whip, so knows full well the pressures of legislative time. The Cabinet Office has done well to secure a legislative slot this early in a Parliament to deliver some constitutional change and reform. What a missed open goal to deliver the things which most of us, and I think the right honourable gentleman, would like to see. Because he said, and I say this as a fellow boy from South Wales, there is nothing better than when we see people, men and women of goodwill, who wish to take part in our national life, having the opportunity to do so. That's what we all want to see, a socially mobile, inclusive, engaged democracy. If for no other reason, it means that through that mechanism, you are able to destroy and put away the extremes which only ever fill the vacuum when those women and men of goodwill do not stand up to the plate. But removing 92 hereditary peers, still leaving it to appointment of patronage, I fail, unless you're a great mate of a party leader, and let's be absolutely frank, colleagues across the House, all of our party leaders, all of the time, have used the House of Lords as a way to get rid of the awkward, or the people who were sort of bed blockers or whatever. Although I have to say to colleagues on the Labour benches, be very aware, we all have to be aware of Greeks bearing gifts. I can say that as somebody who is called a Greek. Beware of a Labour Chief Whip coming towards any of you with the offer of a peerage, because they'll change the age qualification. It's the unkindest retirement present given to Margaret Beckett, John Speller and others. Please make way for a new, young, able thruster. You'll go to the House of Lords. I'm frightfully sorry, you're now too old to take your seat. Of course I'll give way to my honourable...
To damage both our street cred, I'm very fond of the honourable member, as he knows, we go back a long way.
Oh, yes.
Does he agree with me that perfection should not be the enemy of the good? He should vote for this measure today as a down payment on future reforms.
I feel I may be making I was going to say my honourable friend, but he is a friend, but he's the honourable gentleman in those circumstances. I am more than likely possibly should have told my whip beforehand. That's my period. That's my period gone. I am more than likely to be voting for this bill to go through to second reading. And I'm afraid to say, notwithstanding the fact that he's one of my oldest and dearest friends, the reasoned amendment put down by my right honourable friend for the member of Hertsmere seems to have been written more for the need to write something rather than actually trying to make a case to persuade, which is entirely atypical to my to the way that my right honourable friend usually works. My honourable friend for Staffordshire, I think, has made an important point, and I do hope the Treasury bench and the government whips have listened. This is an opportunity to consider some proper amendments to this, to make this more of a material exercise. It is, I say this as a Roman Catholic, but we live, thank God, in a multicultural, multi-religious society. We have an established church, and I don't think anybody would advocate at this stage for its disestablishment. But it is an anachronism, surely, to have appointed, just because of the sees that they have been appointed to by the Archbishop of Canterbury and others, who then sit as part of the legislature. The only other country which has clerics by dint of office is Iran, not, I would suggest, a country that we seek to emulate very much. Let us have a faith bench, or faith benches, but let those benches be of mixed faiths, truly representative of the faith groups doing so much good in our country. There are a number of the hereditaries who have been doing sterling work. I think particularly of my noble friend, the Lord Howe, and His Grace the Duke of Wellington, who, of course, that side of the house were praying in aid just a few months ago when His Grace was leading the campaign against the then government to improve water and sewage quality. Now, that is somebody whose expertise and knowledge about water quality and chalk streams, etc., I would suggest should not be lost. So I do hope, because I do take the sincerity that the Right Honourable Gentleman says, that this is not a personal thing, this is not a class war, this is a matter of principle. I think the House gets him on that. I don't think he needs to make that point anymore. But I do hope that there may be an opportunity for a supernumerary list outside the normal leaders' nominations, birthday honours or New Year's honours, to, if those hereditaries, and not all will, but if those hereditaries wish to continue their service, that they be conferred a life peerage. I think that would make good much of what the Right Honourable Gentleman has said with regards to his principled motivation that this is not a personal thing. I give way to my Right Honourable friend.
Grateful to my Honourable friend. Would my Honourable friend therefore agree that actually, as part of this legislation, if it is to go through, there should be a provision to ensure that all of those hereditary peers, all of them, should be offered life peerages as part of the package?
Simon Hall.
One can make a perfectly reasonable argument to say it should be offered to all. You can make an equally good argument to say if they're a hereditary peer who is fulfilling a House of Lords duty, chairing a committee or whatever, or is active on a party's front bench, then it should only be that. My right honourable friend has made an important point, and it is certainly one which I'm sure the Minister will consider. It would certainly be an act of good grace, and it would be an act of charm, both of which I know are characteristics with which the Right Honourable Gentleman is fully imbued. And of course,
I'm sorry, I don't wish to detain the House, but the Right Honourable Gentleman, in his remarks, when I raised this point, indicated that it would be perfectly proper and possible for the leader of a party to put forward hereditary peers for life peerages. That is not the point. The point is that there should be a separate list to accommodate, in this legislation, to accommodate all of them.
I'm going to stay mute, if I may, on the all point, but my right honourable friend echoes the point that I was endeavouring to make, which is, I think, a list of conversion, if you will, from hereditary to life should be considered by His Majesty's government out with leaving it to leaders of any party to nominate, or for a New Year, or for a New Year's or a birthday honours award, because I think that would just slightly clog up the system of those who are new to public life, echoing the point that the Right Honourable Gentleman has raised, where people want to make a contribution and may have caught the eye of the powers that be in order to secure a nomination. I think there's a job of work that needs to be done. There's a number of ways that, upon which one can land on the right solution. But I think it should not just be a thank you so very much indeed for your service. Please return the ermine to the Lord Great Chamberlain, and your retirement party has been postponed because we couldn't find a room to have it in, or whatever it may happen to be. I think there's a way which is elegant, which is kind, which is graceful, which has some democratic underpinning, because at least they would have gone through the appointments. But this is a missed opportunity. I close by saying this, and it's something which I think the front bench needs to consider. I appreciate they had the distorting effect of the Right Honourable Member for Islington, who did take up a little Labour bandwidth. We all got constrained by delivering Brexit, or trying not to deliver Brexit, and then we all had the big national distortion of the pandemic. But after 14 years of opposition, to offer, as I say, this sort of dance of the seven pence on an issue which people in this place and outside have been talking about for over a century, suggests to me a lack of detailed preparedness in some policy areas of the government. It can't have been a shock to the Labour Party that they won the election. It may have come as a pleasant surprise that they won so comprehensively, but it really can't have come as a shock that they were likely to win the general election of 2024 whenever it came, irrespective of how hard my colleagues and I were working to ensure that that didn't happen. There's a tide in the affairs of men when taken at the flood leads to either fortune or misfortune. Misfortune in my party's case, but we are where we are. So if there are to be amendments forthcoming, and I don't think it's too late to work cross-party on this, to buttress this proposal and to deliver some of that democratisation of the House of Lords, to make sure that it is more regionally reflective. I listened to my honourable friend for Stoke talking about the amount of white men. I've got to be careful, because the honourable member for Stoke is helping me on a constituency issue for which I'm grateful, and I want to put my thanks on the record. But seriously, this party, which has given the country 3 female prime ministers, the first prime minister of Jewish heritage, and the first Prime Minister of Hindu heritage, I'm not entirely certain that we will take lessons from the Labour Party on how to bring people who are not necessarily used to public life into public life. And of course, very briefly, I'll give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. And the point, he's actually just made my point quite succinctly for me. Yes, there were 3 female leaders of his party, but they were elected. None of those people have the opportunity to take up one of the 92 seats in the House of Lords. And that's the anomaly that needs to be resolved.
Well, of course, from the party, not I'm sure the party opposite was very keen to stop the Right Honourable Lady for Stoke Newington being an elected member, doubtless donning ermine at some point. So again, I think the Honourable Gentleman is on slightly thin ice, the mother of the House, to aid the confusion of the look on the face of the gentleman sitting next to the Honourable Gentleman for Stoke. I keep up 007. I mean, there was quite a lot of stuff in the media about it, sir. I don't know if you noticed during the election campaign. Look it up. The House of Commons Library is frightfully helpful on these sort of things. So I'm more than likely, I say this with huge reluctance and sadness to my right honourable friend member for Hertsmere, I'm more than likely to either sit this one out, chairing PACAC. I'm sure the committee, when we're up and running, will be looking this in more detail. But the underlining principle that the right honourable gentleman has set forward is a compelling one. It is a sadness and a disappointment and a surprise that he isn't taking this opportunity of 14 years of preparing in opposition, of a century of making the case from the centre-left of British politics, and with a massive Commons majority, that this timid little church mouse of a bill is the best that he can offer us this afternoon.
Go on.
I now call Claire Hazelgrove to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege of my life to give my first speech in the House of Commons as the first Labour Member of Parliament for the Filton and Bradley Stoke constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, having been a candidate since 2022, it still feels rather surreal to be on this side of the election and to say those words. And in truth, I hope that standing here in this awe-inspiring place will always feel at least a little surreal. I could not be more grateful to fellow residents for the time that thousands of them have given in speaking with me and my volunteer team on their doorsteps over the years already, and for putting their faith in me to serve them well. But no matter how people voted, I will work hard every day to serve all residents as an active, impactful and approachable MP they can be proud of. Coming from a family of teachers, NHS workers and RAF service members, their sense of public service runs deep in me. I have spent my life working with and for those who too often don't have enough of a voice on issues that matter to them, on global poverty, on opportunity, on the environment and on the housing crisis. I am, at my core, a campaigner and an advocate. I wholeheartedly believe in the power of community. That lived experience is as valid in shaping policy and public services as holding multiple degrees in that same subject. I see this role that I'm honoured to hold for a time as being a vital jigsaw piece, joining together with others to make life fairer for people across our community and our country. The NHS workers, the charity workers, the teachers, the carers, the innovators, the volunteers, and I could go on. They are who bind us. That is certainly the case across our rich tapestry of towns and villages just north of the city of Bristol in glorious South Gloucestershire. Named after the oldest and youngest towns at the time of its creation, and including many distinct and vibrant communities, I am determined to put the whole of the Filton and Bradley Stoke constituency on the map. Ours is the home of Concorde and the future of flight, with our aerospace company setting the standard nationally and internationally. It's the home of the life-saving NHS blood and transplant, the innovative University of the West of England, and the vital MOD Abbey Wood. It's also home to Wallace and Gromit, more places called Stoke than you can count after a few great local ciders, and, Madam Deputy Speaker, a palpable belief that better days still lie ahead. And people here don't ask for too much. Security, stability, fairness, knowing that if we work hard, then we should have the same chance as anyone else to fulfil our potential, that we'll be able to provide for our families through good wages earned from decent jobs, to enjoy life and give back in our own way. So I'm incredibly grateful that, even when up against so much in recent years, people in my community chose to keep their faith in better. I will work hard every day to repay that trust. And with that in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, while it's almost impossible for any two people to agree on everything all of the time, let alone 75,000 of us across a constituency, I will always be upfront with fellow residents, listen and share what decisions I'm making and why. I believe that how we do things in politics matters almost as much as what we do. And I appreciate my part, my responsibility in doing politics differently and having better conversations. On that note, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to give thanks to my predecessors. Jack Lepresti championed defence, and I know will be glad of this government's continued support for Ukraine. And before recent boundary changes, some local residents were also recently served by Luke Hall and, briefly, my honourable friend, the member for Bristol North East, as the last member for Kingswood. I share my true thanks with them and their predecessors for their service. If I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to give my personal thanks to two other former members of this House who have been important in my journey to this place. Sally Keeble, who was the nearest Labour MP to me growing up in a village that still doesn't have a Labour MP. took me under her wing and first encouraged me to think about standing to serve in this place. I'd also like to thank Tony Blair, who I had the privilege of working closely with for a few years at his Institute for Global Change. His approach to considered and considerate leadership has taught me a great deal. It was also that last Labour government's response to the Make Poverty History campaign that first showed me that politics, at its best, can be an unparalleled force for good. That significant change can happen when people power meets political power. That's when I first found the Labour Party. I got into politics, like many, to make a difference, but driven every day by the simple belief that your background shouldn't determine your life chances and life choices. This is also why it feels fitting to give this speech today, in a debate which is fundamentally about how we make our Parliament better and fairer. While I am a great supporter of British institutions and traditions, having a birthright, largely if you're a man, to vote on legislation because your father did, clearly has no place in a modern Parliament. As a new officer of the all-party parliamentary group focusing on financial education for young people, and as a soon-to-be member of the upcoming group focusing on political and media literacy, I will work hard and across the divide to help others to feel as confident, capable and comfortable as anyone else in these spaces. I hope to show that if I can stand here today, that girl from a village who had and still has a simple belief in making life fairer, then so can anyone else. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am fully committed to serving local people well, putting our priorities at the heart of the agenda and breaking down barriers to opportunity so that everyone can have their chance to thrive. I'd like to end by thanking my family, friends, campaign team and community who inspire me every day.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady's immensely accomplished speech. She's absolutely right that politics and Parliament can be a force for good in respect of her detail, particularly when it's driven by fairness and a shared sense of fairness. Now, I shall speak today, Madam Deputy Speaker, about legitimacy, about efficacy, about dignity and about continuity. First, let's deal with the issue of legitimacy. The legitimate exercise of authority includes those of us here that are elected. But not all those who exercise authority are elected. Not all legitimacy depends on direct reference to the people. The Honourable Gentleman serves as a government minister, appointed by His Majesty, chosen by his government, by his leader, to serve. Of course he's elected to this place as a Member of Parliament, but he's not elected as a minister. He's appointed and exercises all kinds of power on that basis. I don't challenge his legitimacy. I accept it as part of our democratic settlement. In our separation of powers, many people exercise authority who are not elected at all. Judges are not elected. They're appointed on the basis of their competence, their knowledge, their experience, and exercise power using their wisdom. And each and all of us in this chamber know of authority that is derived not by reference to election or to the people. A lot of people here will be parents. Mothers and fathers exercise all kinds of authority, but not chosen by those who they elect authority over to do so. You might call that an accident of birth, mightn't you? Or the accident of someone else's birth, perhaps. So authority and legitimacy need to be debated in a much more measured way than has characterised this debate so far. Particularly, I've heard many wise speeches from all parts of this chamber over the time I've spent here, and I've heard many daft speeches as well. There's nothing dafter than saying you're voting a provision which you don't believe in because it makes the House of Lords more democratic, as the Honourable Lady from Richmond Park did, when it doesn't make the House of Lords more democratic. It's not more democratic to be appointed, to be chosen by a party leader, to be nominated by your peers, than it is to be born to sit in the House of Lords. So let's have a sensible and mature debate about this and consider legitimacy in the round. Let's then also talk about efficacy. The House of Lords plays a vital role in our Constitution in holding government to account, in providing a creative and, by and large, helpful tension between this House and the other. That's not been convenient for governments of any colour. You know, when I was a minister in previous governments, many times I had to negotiate with members of the upper house, of all parties, by the way, in the same way that I engage with colleagues across the house in order to get legislation through. That tension is critically important, but it allows scrutiny of what is brought before this house and agreed here, and by and large, it works. It's awkward, it's difficult, it's probably not what you'd contrive if you were designing a system from scratch, as the Right Honourable Gentleman leads for the opposition said, but it has proved, by and large, effective over time. I saw my honourable friend egging to intervene.
Well, I congratulate my honourable friend on his excellent speech, but I just wanted to make a very simple point, which is that we are naturally very respectful of evolution in nature, because we see that what it leads to is progressive improvement in general in the nature of species and diversification. But we're extraordinarily foolish when we consider evolution of our institutions. And what the House of Lords shows is that it has become, over time, a remarkably effective scrutineer of legislation in this very diverse way of selection that it has. Now, he's making an argument for this legitimacy. Would he not share my view that legitimacy comes from the exercise of authority effectively taken out, but also from a certain expectation as to expertise and as to the degree of care and attention with which people will be brought into the House?
Well, of course, he's right, Madam Speaker, and I thank him for his intervention, that change is inevitable and change is constant, in the words of Disraeli. But that change needs to be built, exactly as he described it, on an understanding of what's gone before. And an evolution in our thinking builds on what we know and adds to it incrementally. And by and large, constitutional change is better when it's incremental and better when it's founded on the basis of a consistent and measured dialogue between people across this House. The point made again by my right honourable friend from Hertsmere. I give way to the honourable gentleman who was an admirer of mine in his previous life. I wonder if I wonder if that admiration is constant too.
It was indeed. I was just going to mention to share that secret with the House that I did indeed endorse. He used one of my references in a report to endorse his candidacy, I believe, as a candidate. But no, he just makes the point, according to his right honourable friend, that this incrementalism is a good thing. Well, surely this is an incremental bill, which makes the first step towards a bigger reform.
It's why I don't agree with the radicals on this side of the House. I am not, this will come as a surprise, but I am not, by temperament or politics, a radical. One of my great political heroes, Joe Chamberlain, of course, did begin life as a radical, but like most sensible people, moved to the right over his life and in the end became a Tory, at least a supporter of a Tory government and a member of a Tory government. But I don't share this view that we can conjure some kind of ideal system by throwing all the balls up in the air and seeing where they land. Incremental change is exactly as the Honourable Gentleman implies, born of an understanding that gradual alterations to our constitutional settlement are by and large better. And that's what most governments have done over time. And indeed the Blair government, to which the Honourable Lady referred, took exactly that view when it last reformed the House of Lords, retaining the hereditaries on the basis of the very sort of incrementalism which I argued for. Yes, I'm happy to wait.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I apologise to go back to one of your earlier made points, but you made the argument that ministerial appointments and appointments to the House of Lords are decisions that we take on behalf of our constituents as part of our representative democracy. But would he agree with me that we as politicians are then held to account by the electorate in the elections that may well follow? And I think that the evidence that the former Prime Minister Liz Truss was held to account for decisions that she made particular appointments to the House of Lords and cabinet decisions to appoint people like Kwasi Kwarteng, who then immediately crashed our economy. Does that not show that there is democratic accountability for the appointments that we make, either to the cabinet or to the House of Lords, and that actually the sheer unusual nature of the hereditary peers points them out to be the odd decision or the odd appointment out in the House of Lords that has no accountability and no ability for the democratic process to take into account?
Well, I tried to follow the gentleman's argument, but as far as I can work out what he said, is that elected people are accountable, but they do very daft things sometimes. And there's not much evidence to suggest that the House of Lords, members of the House of Lords, have been less wise than members of the House of Commons. There have been wise people here and wise people there. There have been good decisions there and good decisions there, and bad ones too. He's right, of course, that we are directly accountable to our electors, and I treasure and honour that. Again, the honourable lady who spoke before me made reference to how she revered her connection with her voters, and not just her voters, her constituents, by the way, and so do I. But I'm going to make a bit of progress, because although my speech, I know you, of all people, notice the use of the word you in this context, by the way. I notice you, of all people, Madam Deputy Speaker, won't want me to truncate my remarks. But having said that, I know that others, including my right honourable friend, are very keen to contribute, and he wouldn't forgive me if I used up all of his time too. So let's talk a bit about efficacy. The average hereditary peer is younger than the average peer. A higher proportion of hereditary peers are active members of the House of Lords, on committees, serve on the front benches of both parties or whips. A much higher proportion of hereditary peers contribute to speeches and amendments than life peers. So purely on the grounds of whether they're doing their job well, there's no real argument for getting rid of this small number of people. There may be a better argument, notwithstanding my resistance to radicalism, for looking again at those members of the House of Lords who once appointed never go. That's the reform that I think I could vote for. It doesn't seem to me unreasonable.
Words of my right honourable friend.
Well, I will happily give way.
I think my right honourable friend giving way. And actually, the front bench in their manifesto actually had this as a point that they said they were going to introduce as part of their reform of the House of Lords. So would you think it would be good if they supported an amendment, if such an amendment came forward?
Well, I'd be interested to see what amendments come forward, given my right honourable friend's remarks. But yes, I think there is a strong argument for saying there is an expectation that if you're appointed to the Lords, you actually do your job. And that is the kind of amendment that even I, with my deep-rooted conservatism, could be persuaded, I think, to support. So the efficacy, on the basis of the efficacy argument, this bill really doesn't do the job. Now let's speak of dignity. Bagot described the House of Lords as one of the dignified aspects of our parliamentary democracy. And I think if we translate that into what we know about it in our age, debate in the House of Lords tends to be measured. The amendments they bring, whilst they can be sometimes forceful, by and large, they in the end withdraw in deference to the elected House. The expertise in the House of Lords is undoubted, as peers are drawn from many parts of our communities, and that includes, by the way, the hereditaries. This parody of hereditary peers, which I suppose is rooted in the old days of backwoodsmen, that they are somehow a privileged elite who take no great interest in the affairs of our nation and bring no great skill to the consideration of those affairs, is just that, a prejudiced parody.
Will my argument be wet?
Yeah, happily.
Of course, he's absolutely right, and it's always good to have a mention of Bagehot in any constitutional debate. But of course, Bagehot draws a distinction between the dignified and the efficient parts of the Constitution. And I thought he was making an argument that the House of Lords is no less a part of the efficient part of the Constitution because of the effective way in which it scrutinises legislation and the effective way in particular the hereditaries play their role within the House. So would he in a sense not be improving on Bagehot's distinction by blending the two a little bit in the case of the House of Lords, which he is so ably defending? And would he share my view that perhaps if the opposite party is preparing to nominate vast numbers of its own life peers, it might consider the question of whether or not they should make a commitment themselves to attend in the House for any period of time rather than just taking the honour and then absconding?
Well, of course, dignity and efficiency aren't necessarily incompatible, and my honourable friend personifies their marriage. But he's right to say there is something ugly about the idea of a government of either party simply stuffing the House of Lords with its friends or its donors. Let's be honest, that's not something one can accuse the other side of this chamber of without acknowledging that it's become a habit in Parliament over time. Now, let me just qualify that for a moment. There isn't a power or policy in the history of man who hasn't understood the importance of patronage. Patronage is a part of the exercise of power. But the way that is handled, how measured the application of favour is a matter of dignity. Is a matter of dignity. And there is something fundamentally undignified about replacing that relatively small number of hereditary peers, who, as I've said, are proven to do a good job. And I noticed when some of them were cited, the Secretary of State, with his usual candour and decency, nodded in approval. Those peers being replaced by placemen seems to me to be fundamentally undignified. Now let's talk a little about continuity, because what the House of Lords represents is a link to our past. Now that may trouble some people in this House. It doesn't trouble me. I'm a Tory, and so I believe the society needs to marry a respect for the past, to consider the present and meet the needs of future generations, in the word of Burke. That connection to what has been is an important part of our constitutional settlement, as my right honourable friend from Hertsmere set out. Lord Roberts rightly described the measures before us as cutting the link with our collective past that goes back to the period of Magna Carta. And the Duke of Wellington, who's been referred to favourably already in this debate, great-great-grandfather, defeated Napoleon at Waterloo and now sits in the other place. Are we not right to recognise that that legitimises our connection with the past, to use legitimacy in another way? It makes that link real, powerful, and I think desirable for that reason. So in conclusion, and notwithstanding your begging your favour, Deputy Speaker, I don't want to test your tolerance to its limits. In conclusion, let me say this, and I say it without acrimony actually, because I've already made clear that I respect the Secretary of State and his record in this House. But I do have to say this, you know, that I suspect that what drives this bill is not really a desire to maintain dignity, not a desire for greater efficacy, not even the view that the rather narrow-minded view, by the way, that the only legitimacy that matters is democratic legitimacy, although that does, of course, matter. I suspect it's a kind of preoccupation with modernity. vapid. No, I'm going to finish now. A vapid fascination with now. Imagine that. Of course, those philosophers on the benches opposite will know now is an illusion. Now becomes then in an instant, doesn't it? And yet the politics of now have an extraordinary appeal for faint hearts and weak minds. And I know there aren't too many of those in the chamber, although rather more than one might ideally wish. That fascination with modernity leaves me only able to finish by quoting Marcel Proust.
Oh, please not.
Proust said, well, I know there are students of Proust littered amongst the saplings opposite, and if they're going to truly become oaks and leave their acorns in the soil, they need to read Proust more. And Proust, said this. He said, the most deplorable prejudices have their moment of novelty when fashion lends them its fragile grace. This is a prejudice that drives the bill, and it's a prejudice that does us no credit, or at least, I should say, does the party opposite no credit.
Anneliese Midgley to make her maiden statement.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to pay tribute to my honourable friend for Filton and Bradley Stoke for such a passionate maiden speech. She will be an excellent representative for her constituency. And it is a privilege to stand here to give my own as the first woman to represent Knowsley in Parliament. My predecessor, Sir George Howarth, served Knowsley with dedication for over 3 decades. And in his maiden speech, he promised to shout and make a fuss for his constituents. He certainly kept that promise, serving not only as a loyal constituency MP, but also as Northern Ireland Minister under a Labour government. But I have another illustrious predecessor, the MP for Huyton from 1950 to 1983, Harold Wilson. Served as a Labour Prime Minister. Harold transformed our economy and industry, founded the Open University and started us on the long road to equality which we are still travelling. He left a more equal society than he inherited, and one where far fewer got by on too little. I am so honoured to follow in his footsteps. Knowsley made me who I am. I was born and raised in Cantrell Farm, a so-called slum clearance estate. My nan lived in the flats there, and I went to Brookside School where my Auntie Jean was a cleaner. And my dad worked in Foods on the production line. And with his secure, well-paid, unionised job, my mum and dad could give me a better life than they had had. And then as a teenager, I got jobs in Liverpool, Brian Steiner on Stanley Street, Beatle Shop, met Paul McCartney a few times, and started club nights where I DJ'd. One of them, Liquidation, is still going. But I am here today as a proud trade unionist. It is the trade unions that built the Labour Party. I am proud to be a member of Unite and the GMB, and I am proud to be a former political director of Unite and advisor to the General Secretary of the TUC. The unions are my second family, and it is because of them that I have come from the council estate to the parliamentary estate. I know why I'm here, to speak for my class, the working class. I won't forget who I am or where I came from. It's my duty to stand up for the people of Knowsley, to champion our strengths, our dignity, our resilience and our sense of community. I will never talk down my part of the world or its people. Madam Deputy Speaker, our streets are soundtracked by the Lars and China crisis. Our parks and estates have nurtured footballing legends like Peter Reid and Stephen Gerrard, and we've produced the finest writers and actors of my class, Alan Bleasdale, Phil Redmond, Sue Johnson and Stephen Graham. They all showcase Knowsley's creative talent. And last Friday, I met with Lord Derby at Knowsley Hall, the place which gave my constituency its name, and the so-called local toff and the former council estate kid spoke about how we can work together for the betterment of Knowsley. Knowsley Hall, where Shakespeare performed for the Queen Elizabeth I, still represents our rich heritage, now revived by Shakespeare North Playhouse. And nowadays, alongside the people of Knowsley, I count as constituents 2 tigers, 6 lions, 11 rhinos, and a horde of cheeky monkeys who'll take the wipers off your car at the safari park. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in modern manufacturing, the Jaguar Land Rover car plant in Halewood not only provides jobs across my constituency, but it is currently at the forefront of electrification. And we have 100-year-old family firms with solid apprenticeships that lead to skilled jobs like JJ Smith and Hemsec, pioneers in net zero construction. I will fight for investment in firms like these, jobs to take pride in, that can provide a good life. I am proud of Knowsley, but I will always be honest about what stands in our way. Knowsley is the second most deprived constituency in the country. And when governments have walked away from us, left us to manage decline, we've picked ourselves up, helped one another through sheer force of will, determination, resilience, solidarity. And we now have a government that will not walk away, a Labour government that is on our side. In Knowsley, we have great women that lead community institutions that take care of our people every day, like Rachel Jones at One Knowsley, Mary Stewart at South Dean Community Centre, Jackie Croft at Centre 63, Pam Richards at the Safari Kids Club, Caroline Grant at the First Step, and Margaret Roach at Share. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 1986, when my predecessor took his place, only 6% of school leavers in Knowsley got a job. That kind of unemployment scars family for generations. We have never recovered from the devastation of deindustrialisation under Thatcher and 14 years of austerity. We still face lower wages, higher poverty and fewer opportunities. And we need secure unionised jobs on decent wages so people can get by and their kids can get on. It's not much to ask, but it is everything. And that's why Labour's plan, the New Deal for Working People, is so close to my heart. It will be the greatest transformation in rights at work in a generation. In Knowsley, we dream big, but the opportunities just aren't always there. Teachers and school staff in Knowsley work incredibly hard, but the fact is there is no A-level provision in my constituency. No child should grow up under a Labour government thinking that they aren't good enough to do an A-level. And I will do everything I can to change that, alongside more and better apprenticeships. Madam Deputy Speaker, my politics is the politics of people, of the shop floor, the bus stop, the school gate and the supermarket. So from Huyton to Kirby to Prescott, from Stockbridge Village to Knowsley Village, from the Johns Estate to the Tower Hill Estate, I say to my constituents, you are my priority. I won't take you for granted. It is the honour of my life to serve you, and I will do my very best for you.
Yeah! Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great privilege to follow such a moving and strong maiden speech. I could tell by how the Honourable Lady spoke with such passion about Knowsley. She will be always such a fierce advocate for her constituents, making sure that their priorities are properly heard in this House and that government does everything that they can do in order to address them. And indeed, there is a connection between the constituency I represented for 14 years and hers, as I have a great privilege of representing still many of those workers for Jaguar Land Rover who work at the engine plant just prior to the boundary changes fell within my constituency. And it actually goes to show how important it is that we always work across party for those common interests, because actually the success of so many great engineering firms, whether it's Jaguar Land Rover, BAE Systems, actually has an impact on all of our constituencies. And I look forward to working with her over so many shared issues in the future. I feel that this debate is an interesting one. And I think it's an interesting one because it offers the government and this House to make real change. And indeed, maybe I was like some of those people who read this manifesto and actually believed that it was actually going to deliver change for government. And it has an enormous number of pictures of the Prime Minister with a fine range of clothing provided by Lord Alley. On 32 occasions, I believe, as I sort of flit through it. But actually, as you read this, there are certain aspects that actually give you some real enthusiasm. And one of those was actually on constitutional reform. And I appreciate that constitutional reform is probably not the thing that drove many people into the ballot to vote one way or another. But it is a very important part of what their manifesto says. And it sets out some important areas of change and reform. But then when you look at what this government is bringing forward to this House, it is not about radical change. It's not about trying to take the opportunity that has been talked about many times in the past, whether it was in coalition government, whether it was the Labour Party previously, whether it was in government. We've already heard the history going back many decades, indeed a century, of where reform has been promised, change has been promised, but not delivered. And I can't help but feel this is such a moment. And I look at what the government is proposing. And I think the Paymaster General will know this, Madam Deputy Speaker, that parliamentary time is always scarce. And while we would love to think that it can be manufactured, he will equally know that he will not get many opportunities to bring forward legislation in terms of the House of Lords. Indeed, I would expect this to be the one and only time he gets to bring forward legislation to the House of Lords. Now, the scope of this bill is very broad and it is very wide when it looks at the composition of the House of Lords. And I would argue that it opens up the opportunity to be able to take this piece of legislation a slightly more radical step forward. Indeed, I've rarely been referred to as a Tory radical, but I feel I put it down to maybe my socialist roots and my socialist family. But I feel that more can be done here. I speak on a number of areas. The first area, which is particularly important to me, about the injustice, as I think there is in the House of Lords, about the fact that there are 26 bishops there. Now, as an Anglican, you could say, well, they are representing me well. But I think it's fundamentally wrong that my children who are Catholics have no form of representation in that chamber. Yet, this government will not eradicate this injustice. How can it be right that actually legislation that was passed in the 19th century is actually not sort of looked at as afresh? Why is it that actually English bishops are allowed to sit in the House of Lords, but not Scottish, Welsh or Northern Irish bishops as well?
Well, my right honourable friend give way.
I would absolutely.
My right honourable friend is making a fantastic point. And he will know, as I do, that actually it was under the Tudor era that a reform of the House of Lords started when it came to bishops, when the majority of bishops were removed from the House of Lords, leaving these 26. So the honourable gentleman on the opposition front bench makes a point about reforms not having been properly continued since 1999. Well, actually, when we're looking back to the 16th century, some of these reforms really need to catch up with modern times.
Well, indeed, and I would encourage the right honourable gentleman, because I know he will be known, has the potential to be known as a great reformer of the Labour Party. He'll write books about himself in future. But he needs to be brave. He needs to be bold. And I know that the right honourable gentleman can persuade his friends in the whip's office to actually be bold. But I do think fundamentally we do have a big issue. I'll let the honourable gentleman intervene in a moment. There is a big opportunity here. There is an unfairness. There is an injustice. There's so many people of so many faiths and so many people of no faith at all. See the fact that there are 26 bishops. These are not reflective of the United Kingdom and are not reflective of what this country looks like today. That they are still there. So I will, if a government is not willing to table an amendment, I will table an amendment to remove those 26 bishops from this House. And I hope, as I give way to the honourable gentleman, as to whether he will support me in that mission to make the upper House a fairer and more reflective chamber.
My Staffordshire colleague for giving way, and if he carries on with this strain of radicalism, he may even have a book written about him by the Paymaster General, but, you know, scant as it might be. But can I just ask, is the honourable gentleman taking his point to the final degree? Is he now advocating for the disestablishment of the Church of England? Because that's where this argument ends up.
No, totally different things, and there is no disestablishment of the Church of England. But we actually do need to lance the boil of frankly, the ridiculous nature of the fact that we have clergy automatically sitting as right in one of our houses, one of the houses that make up this Parliament. To me, that is not right. It happens in Iran, but it does not happen elsewhere. I cannot see where the justification is, especially when it does not reflect our nations and our regions of this country. Nor is it reflective. Very strong arguments have been made across this House, including on those benches, about how the fact that hereditary peers do not reflect the makeup of this country. They do not reflect the fact that the honourable gentleman made a very persuasive argument about the fact that they're all male. Only 1% of them, I think he mentioned, were actually female. Well, there's a similar challenge with those bishops. And of course, nowadays, only 2% of the British population now attend Anglican services on a Sunday. More people declared that they had no religion than actually attended a church. And, it has no reflection of the fact that Britain is a very, very different country today than it was in the past. I'll happily give way to
my right honourable friend. To take his broader point, in an earlier intervention, he said that this was an opportunity missed and that these legislative opportunities do not come by very often. And for the moment, the Cabinet Office does have this bill. Might I suggest to him that replacing 92 hereditary peers with what my right honourable friend, the member for South Holland and the Deepings, called placement, is not reform? Would it be a good idea if the front bench were this afternoon to give a clear undertaking that they will accept amendments of the kind that my right honourable friend is putting forward?
Well, I very much hope, because I know that the Paymaster General, as I said, the burning radicalism within his stomach is there, that he wants to make actually a difference. Actually, I seem to be more committed to delivering this than he actually does. And I'm very, very, very keen to sort of make sure that actually what he said, I'll make way for the honourable gentleman shortly, but I'm very keen on pages... sorry, I'm afraid age has got to the stage where it has withered me, Madam Deputy Speaker. But on page 108, I want to see this delivered. And he knows that he will not have an opportunity to bring legislation forward for this again. But what he does have, Madam Deputy Speaker, is he has the opportunity to make a difference, because so many of the things that they have mentioned within their manifesto can be delivered within the scope of this bill. And he has already heard there's people on this side of the House that have the reforming zeal that he once used to have as a young man, but seems to have forgotten with the trappings of office. And we want to fan those flames of radicalism in him. I'll give away to the honourable member for Newcastle and Delight.
I'm very grateful to my near neighbour for giving way, and even I would say, as a loyal member of the government, that there's more fun things to do before bedtime. I see he's considered the manifesto very seriously indeed. Can I just ask my near neighbour, for him to want to amend the bill down the line, the bill has to get through, so will he vote for the bill tonight?
What I'm wanting to do, and I will give way for the honourable gentleman in a moment in order to be able to answer this, I want to make this a proper bill that is reflective of what his manifesto said. So I will give way for the honourable gentleman. So, well, if there are amendments placed on this bill that reflect the Labour manifesto, will he join with me and vote for those amendments if the honourable gentleman would like to make an amendment? Intervention, sorry.
I'm very grateful to my near neighbour. Hey, listen, 20 votes hold, and I'll give my answer in a second. It's not for me to set government policy, but certainly I look forward to the honourable gentleman joining me in the lobby tonight and getting this bill through.
Yeah. What I will be doing is I will be doing the work to make sure that actually this House has the opportunity to be able to vote on a piece of legislation that will deliver proper reform to the upper house. And whether that is in areas that have been set out in the Labour manifesto, whether that is a retirement age of 80 years, which is in paragraph 2, with only in the House of Lords, let it be clear. In paragraph 2 of the manifesto, it is absolutely also vitally important to introduce participation requirements, and I will look forward to hopefully working with the front bench opposite to introduce amendments onto this bill in order to be able to have a participation requirement. And I will give way to the honourable gentleman. If he will make it clear, if I'm in a position to be able to table an amendment to this bill that's reflective of the manifesto he was elected on, will he vote for it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, will he vote for the bill in front of the House this evening? The Minister has been very, very clear. The Minister has been very, very clear. This is a first step in the constitutional reform. Will he vote for the bill this evening?
I made it clear. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman. Will he vote for his manifesto? And the answer is to that is he is the honourable gentleman, Madam Deputy Speaker, is frightened to deliver his manifesto because of what the whips will do to him. They've been told, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they're not allowed to table amendments. So in light of the fact that they have been sat on so oppressively, and as a previous Chief Whip, I always took the view to encourage as much debate as possible across the House, and including on my own benches, as I knew how important it was in order to have a broad, wide-ranging debate. And it's slightly depressing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you seem to have a much more heavy-handed approach. I will give... Is there no one new to give way to? I'll carry on a little bit longer. I will give it.
I thank my neighbour and the member for Great Wyrley, Penkridge and Stone. Oh, I've got that the wrong way around, apologies, for giving way. The member quotes the Labour manifesto, but there is some selective quoting, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker. The member quotes that the Labour Party manifesto says that we will introduce a retirement age for peers. He fails to mention that that sentence actually concludes with, by the end of the Parliament. Now, I know the party opposite had a bit of a problem sticking to 5 years. I know we've had a lot of elections recently, but as far as I'm aware, this government doesn't intend to have quite as many elections and intends to be here and pass a large amount of legislation. So, will the honourable member respond to that point? Right?
I would hate to correct my dear neighbour, but actually, as I have the manifesto in front of him, if I read it to him, the next Labour government will therefore bring about an immediate modernisation by introducing legislation to remove the right of hereditary peers to sit and vote in the House of Lords. Labour will also introduce a mandatory retirement age. At the end of a parliament in which a member reaches 80 years of age, they will be required to retire from the House of Lords. So it's actually talking about the member as to when he retires, not as to when the legislation does. But I know that actually the Paymaster General, as I say, we know that the Paymaster General, who is this aspiring radical, potentially...
anything within your power and your gift that can make him stop this inconsequential rubbish.
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. It is not a matter for the chair, but I am sure that the honourable member is coming to the end of his remarks, and will also, if I may remind members, to stick to the motion, and maybe the content could more match the motion that's in front of us.
As Madam Deputy Speaker, this motion is incredibly broad into ways actually constructed, and having listened to many inconsequential speeches from the honourable gentleman, I look forward to another inconsequential speech later. But this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to deliver significant and important reform. Significant, important reform that will have a lasting impact. For me, one of the most important things to do is to see the injustice of one faith group represented in the House of Lords disproportionately and in a way that I do not think reflects today's society. But there are equally important reforms that could be done. Bringing into line the standards in terms of people taking on financial interest in the other house in line with this house, making sure that we look at participation as was set out in the Labour Party manifesto, and looking at when there is a retirement age for the upper house. I appreciate that there has been much enthusiasm in this debate, and I'm sure there'll be much enthusiasm going forward. But there is a very important point, that we know legislative time is so precious, and the government has got a mandate to deliver change. But what I would encourage the government to do is look to take a more significant step in terms of some of that change. And there will be those who want to see that delivered, whether that's in terms of removal of bishops, whether that is in terms of retirement age, whether that is in terms of other reforms that will make the other place a better place.
Henry Tufnell to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to make my maiden speech, and I pay tribute to the members for Filton and Bradley Stoke and Knowsley, who have given excellent speeches, shown real love for their communities, and I look forward to serving alongside them in the years ahead. Country first, party second. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that others may think this is a case for them, but I must admit to the House that I have the immense privilege of representing the most beautiful constituency in Wales, and therefore the entirety of the United Kingdom. From the spires of St David's Cathedral, the classic car shows in Cresswell Quay, Dobby's Grave in the sand dunes of Freshwater West, and the pastel-coloured houses in Tenby, Pembrokeshire is iconic. Even the little-known playwright William Shakespeare posed the question as to how Wales was made so happy as to inherit such a haven. If that was not enough, Lord Nelson declaimed that we have the finest port in Christendom. That is in praise indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, we've been discussing constitutional reform extensively in this debate, and Pembrokeshire has always been interwoven with the story of our individual but united four nations. The Welsh monk Asa, summoned by Alfred the Great to leave the great settlement of St David's to advise him at court. The birth of Henry Tudor in Pembroke Castle, who would later return from exile to land his army near Dale and march to Bosworth Field. The siege of Pembroke Castle by Oliver Cromwell, in almost the final act in the English Civil War, beginning a period of 12 years of the Protectorate reigning supreme. Now, since my election on the 4th of July, some of the more charitable correspondents have taken the opportunity to observe that they think I'm a slightly unusual person to be a Labour MP. I come from a farming family, and there were not many Vote Labour posters around where I grew up. But times have changed, and as the son of a fierce, strong and wonderful Welshwoman who is in the gallery today, I was proud to be part of the red wave that subsumed Pembrokeshire, Wales and our United Kingdom. Yeah. My wife and I chose Pembrokeshire as our home. I chose to join the Labour Party. And now, perhaps to my father's despair, I choose to vote and do away with hereditary peers. I say sorry to my dad, who is sitting in the gallery today, but I'm here to serve the many, not the few. Yeah. And talking of family, I would like to acknowledge my wife, Poppy. It isn't fun being a political spouse, not that I would know. And of course, she's got bigger fish to fry in the law courts. But she's been a tower of strength, a real and meaningful support, and I'm so grateful that she's on this journey with me. Now, you don't get to this place alone, and I want to thank all those true believers who stood with me, who campaigned in the rain, the sleet, and the snow, on the beaches, across farms, and across our many rural communities, to deliver a Labour MP and a Labour government. I am grateful to them all. As with the history, the experiences and the tribulations of the great figures of Pembrokeshire's history, our county has seen its fortunes rise and fall. The fishing industry was once the largest in our United Kingdom. The establishment of the Royal Naval Dockyard during the Napoleonic Wars in Pembroke Dock cemented our county's military legacy, which lives on to this day in Brawley Barracks and Castle Martin Range. The latter part of the 20th century saw the rise of the oil industry and the transformation of Pembrokeshire's economic fortunes, with 4 oil refineries on stream by the early 1970s. Oil has given way to gas. In the port of Milford, we now have 2 LNG terminals, 1 gas-fired power station, and 1 oil refinery remaining. And over 20% of the UK's energy comes through the port. With the rise of renewable energy and the potential for floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea, we are in a unique position to give true meaning to the term a just transition. We have the talent, the skill set, the resources, and I will use my voice in this House at every given opportunity to ensure that Pembrokeshire will not only benefit from, but will spearhead the industries of the future. On the subject of fortunes rising and falling, I want to pay tribute to my predecessors, Simon Hart and Stephen Crabb. Both were dedicated servants of the good people of Pembrokeshire and had long and successful careers in this House. They flew high, both serving as Secretary of State for Wales and other cabinet positions. Their most notable acts were Stephen's bid to be the Prime Minister and Simon's unenviable task of holding together a fragmented Tory party as Chief Whip. I wish them both well, and I hope that Simon, the quintessential countryman, can find time for the alternative pursuits, given his favourite sport has become something of a bête noire for my party. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I bring my maiden speech in this House to a close, I would like to paraphrase the words of a greater man than me and one who has been mentioned in this debate thus far, the inspirational and history-making Harold Wilson. That the party on these government benches are driven every day by a moral crusade, and without that mission, that purpose and that cause, we are nothing. In my county, we have the highest child poverty rates in Wales. Those words are true now as they were then, and I will use my time in this House to fight for fairness, to deliver real change, and stand up for all the people who live, learn and work in the wonderful community that sent me to Parliament. The work is urgent, the time for action is now, and I am here to serve. Thank you.
Steff Aquarone to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hello. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Mid and South Pembrokeshire, and I extend my warmest regards to all members making their maiden speeches today. First, I'd like to acknowledge my predecessor, Duncan Baker, who was an attentive and hard-working member, and I wish him well in his future pursuits in industry. And before him, Norman Lamb, who served in this House for 19 years prior and left an extraordinary legacy in the realm of mental health, a cause that he continues to be a dedicated advocate for. It was, of course, in no small part Norman's commitment to speaking the truth to power and giving a voice to the voiceless that made him such a hero to the people of North Norfolk, and which attracted me to politics fully 7 years ago when I first got elected as a county councillor, and I draw members' attention to my register of interest in connection with my continued role there. I am immensely grateful for the trust that residents across North Norfolk have shown in me. Trust to represent them here, but also trust to play a part in the deep transformation we need in our politics if we're going to make positive change for society. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an extraordinary place, but I cannot do what I have promised to do for my constituents. We cannot really do what we have been elected to do without giving it the shake-up that's long overdue. Because when people in the beautiful constituency of North Norfolk cannot live well in good accommodation with access to transport and employment and healthcare as part of a vibrant society, then it is all of us who are failing them. I'm thinking of the former resident I met on the train just last week who said to me, "I just want to come home, but there aren't the jobs and there isn't the transport." Or Kit, who made me my wonderful Liberal Democrat tie, and the need to protect the precious Norfolk Broads that she lives near. Or Lisa in North Walsham, who is living in constant anguish because of the supply risks to her life-dependent medication. But also Don, a 99-year-old in Sheringham, who is pinning his hope on a new kind of politics for the sake of his grandchildren. The bill we're debating today brings forward much-needed reform of the House of Lords, which we Liberal Democrats, of course, support. But we know that this bill doesn't go far enough. We must establish a fully elected upper house, elected using a fairer voting system as soon as possible. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the House of Lords is only one part of our broken system which needs to see urgent, radical reform. The structure and organisation of government itself must evolve if it is to be fit for the modern age. And this transformation must extend beyond government to the wider public services and administrative systems that serve our citizens. Continuing with the current siloed structures of government is to ignore the technological advances of the past 50 years and fail to embrace the logarithmic advances in the future we are already living in. This evolution is about bringing policy and service delivery closer to the everyday lives and needs of people at every stage of their journey through life. And it's having a very real impact in rural areas like mine, where our public services are in dangerous decline. Benjamin Court, a reablement centre in Cromer, has fallen into the gap between these two silos: social care, managed by the local authority, and health services overseen by the NHS, leading to its closure. Not to mention the desperate need for a properly networked rural public transport service. This is key to enabling access to everything, from employment to healthcare, but it's out of the scope for those departments. And it's instead left languishing at the bottom of the pile of priorities by a near-bankrupt county council. These problems make the lives of my constituents harder every day. We cannot go on like this. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a solution. We can bring the design and delivery of services closer to the needs of citizens, and there is plenty of precedence to go on here. In the Industrial Revolution, Thomas Edison made a profound contribution to rewiring the way that industry was organised. Prior to electricity generation, which he helped to develop, there tended to be only one motor in a factory. Industry had to be organised around a single source of power, usually a steam engine, with every machine that needed power connecting directly to the central drive shaft in the ceiling above. Components could be made, yes, but then had to be transported elsewhere and assembled, usually by hand. Energy was, Madam Deputy Speaker, the central organising principle of industry, but electricity made it possible to pipe power to anywhere on the factory floor. It meant machines could be placed wherever they were needed, becoming more precise and efficient and specialised, and it led to mass manufacturing with the product as the central organising principle of industry. Now, over the past few years, we've gone through another revolution that is potentially even bigger. It's the communications revolution, and it's being powered not by the invention of electricity, but by data. Since the advent of the consumer web in the 1990s, people have come to expect a higher degree of personalisation in their interactions with organisations and services. Data gathered from a wide range of sources, not just digital, is driving innovation and enabling more tailored, proactive experiences for users. And this ability to be more preemptive and personalised doesn't even need people to be digitally enabled. Data has enabled the rewiring of industry, not around the production line or the product, but around the citizen or user experience. And this has caused profound change in the overall architecture of many modern organisations, but it has had limited impact on the way that government and the state is structured. There are great innovations taking place to try and integrate services and make them more patient or user-centred, but without fundamental change in the underlying structures of power and public services, their effects will be limited. Madam Deputy Speaker, from tackling climate change and preventing sewage spilling into the sea to helping people get work, get about, let alone get a dentist appointment. So much of the change this country badly needs isn't limited to one pillar of the state, but cross-cuts different departments. Perhaps it's time to move away from the traditional silos of Secretaries of State for Education, for Health and for Transport, and instead adopt a more citizen-focused model. Imagine Secretaries of State for the citizen experience, for well-being and prosperity, for children, or for data and privacy. Madam Deputy Speaker, if people in North Norfolk are to get the changes they deserve to our rural health and social care provision, to access and prosper in the jobs of the future, and to trust politicians as the custodians of our natural environment, then we need to be prepared to rewire the structures of politics and public service delivery around the needs of the people that they and all of us in this House serve.
I call Maureen Burke to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to congratulate all members for their excellent maiden speeches here this afternoon. It is a great honour to stand in this place today to deliver my own maiden speech. As a Member of Parliament for the community I'm proud to call my home, Glasgow North East. And it is satisfying that my first contribution is part of a debate about such an important matter close to my heart, as will become clear. As in customary, let me commence by putting on record my sincere thanks to my immediate predecessors of the constituency before its boundaries were redrawn, namely Anne McLaughlin and David Linden, who likewise care deeply about our communities and have diligently served our constituents. I also wish to briefly thank some other predecessors whom in their own way have been a source of inspiration and support over the years. Among them, the formidable Michael Martin, well known as a former Speaker of this House. It would have been interesting to hear what contribution Lord Martin of Springburn and Portland Das would have made to today's debate on the relevance of hereditary peers in our democratic process. After all, being himself a man made good through personal advancement, not by quick of birth, but through dedicated service and merit. More recently, the north east of Glasgow was represented by Willie Bain and thereafter Paul Sweeney. Willie Bain and I go back a long way. In fact, he was the first person who showed me the ropes at my first door-knocking session. Willie's sharp legal minds served him well as a Shadow Minister for Food and later as Shadow Scotland Office Minister. He was a stalwart for his communities, but on a more personal level, he has always been a great mentor and a source of advice, and that is why I am proud to call him my friend. Paul, who now continues his public service as a member of the Scottish Parliament, is a zealous champion on the built environment of our native Glasgow. As Paul himself alluded to in his maiden speech in this place in 2017, he is another example of how the Labour movement has offered opportunities for the advancement of working class people over the last century through education. But above all, I wish to pay tribute to one former member who not only fought hard for my community and delivered change, but who more than anyone encouraged me into the world of politics, and that is Margaret Curran. I worked as a caseworker for Margaret. Her commitment, drive and determination to improve the lives of those she served had a large influence on my political awakening. She must have seen a like-minded spirit in me who cared passionately about those we serve, because it was Margaret's guidance and encouragement that led me on the road to be elected to Glasgow City Council in 2012, and now to this distinguished place. But my political journey started much earlier. The seeds of my political awareness were sown within my community and through my family. I grew up in Easterhouse and have lived all my life in the north of Glasgow, an area, like many other parts of my home city, with an abundance of beauty. not only represented by the breathtaking splendour of Hugginfield Loch, but also by those countless communities and individuals who daily go above and beyond to help those in need and improve the amenities within our communities. Organisations such as the Cranhill Development Trust, Rosemount Lifelong Learning, Denmill in Action Group, a collective of Easterhouse residents who have transformed their community through tackling litter and neglected green spaces. St Paul's Youth Forum, Proven Hall House, a medieval building dating back to the 1470s, arguably one of the most oldest buildings, which has recently been renovated under the stewardship of the partnership tasked with its full restoration, which I had the honour of chairing. And the Springburn Alive and Kicking project, who are an excellent support in breaking down social isolation for many elderly residents, to name but a few of a few wonderful organisations. My utmost thanks go to those people and communities for selflessly caring and looking out for each other, and for having placed their trust in me, without whom I would not be here, and for whom I will work tirelessly every single day. In short, the real beauty of the constituency lies within its people. Ultimately, to paraphrase the City of Glasgow's unofficial motto, it is the people of Glasgow North East that make it such a wonderful place. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was preparing for this speech, I have been thinking a lot about my family, about my husband, my daughter, grandchildren, who are all my personal rock, but also about my parents and my siblings, especially my younger brother David, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago due to pancreatic cancer. As the illness progressed, he was asked to take part in new medical trials, although he knew that his diagnosis was too far advanced for these trials to benefit himself. He did not hesitate to participate, as he hoped his contribution would be hopefully helpful to others who face a different outcome to their own cancer journey. David bore his journey with a quiet, resolute dignity to the end. His selfless example and dignity will always remain the benchmark of how I will conduct myself as a voice for my constituents in this place. Like many of my constituents, I grew up in a typical working-class Glasgow household. A big family, a small home, but lots of love. That began with my parents. Sadly, both my parents suffered from tuberculosis, forcing my elder siblings and I to leave school at an early age without qualifications, in order to seek employment to become the family's breadwinners. However, in my late 30s, I had the chance to take an IT course at John Mutley College. That gave me the opportunities to change my life. It is only fitting that this significant milestone in my life was made possible at a college named after yet another predecessor who did so much to improve social housing in our country under a first Labour government. Education and further education are a route out of poverty. It gives you a sense of achievement, self-belief, and the confidence that anything is possible. Education, no matter what age, can be a catalyst that sets you off on a journey that you could never have imagined. In my case, a journey from the factory floor to the Palace of Westminster. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am living proof that no matter your social background, with the right opportunities and access to education, encouragement, hard work and determination, together with a vision, as shown by a progressive government like the current one, that has the very best interests of our people at the heart, anyone can succeed and achieve their personal goals. Yeah. And this point brings me back to the topic of this debate, the removal of the last of the hereditary peers from our Parliament and from democracy itself. Those remaining 92 peers stand in direct contrast to me and my constituents. Opponents of these changes often say that removing these peers will mean losing experience. But to them, I would say, this I agree, this Parliament needs more knowledge and understanding of the world, but it should not come from an elitist class with a biased view of the world. Instead, that experience should come from a Parliament that is genuinely representative of modern and diverse Britain, drawn from people such as my constituents who have sincere struggles, hopes and aspirations. I hope that my presence here in this place and the removal of the hereditary peers in the other will help to do that. To my constituents at home, I now wish to address them directly. I am forever grateful for the trust you have placed in me as your representative in the House of Commons. I will spend every day of the term of this Parliament fighting for you, be the voice for those who have felt disenfranchised, and I will always do what I believe is best for our community. I will work across this House where possible to raise awareness of injustice and fight for equality. I will never lose sight of your priorities and the duty you have given me to serve you. After a decade and a half of social and economic decline, we must recognise that challenges that lay ahead for this new Labour government are vast. However, I am convinced that with its ambitious and exciting programme of change, as laid out in the recent King's speech, this government will succeed in delivering economic stability, growth and social cohesion, as well as providing employment and educational opportunities and a sense of a renewed hope that life will change for the better, not just for the privileged few, but for all.
Pete Wishart.
And thank you ever so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a real pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, and I listen with great interest to her personal journey in the transformative power of education. And it was a very touching tribute to her brother, which I'm sure the whole House would have appreciated. And can also pay tribute to the Honourable Member for North Norfolk. It was a tour de force around his constituency and all the things he hopes to achieve in this Parliament. Can I wish him personally all the best in his time here to come. And I'd also like to thank the other maiden speeches from Filton and Bradley Stoke, Mid and South Pembrokeshire and Knowsley. And I'll say to the Honourable Lady for Knowsley, if she gets the decks out again, we'll see if we can get the Deputy Prime Minister to come and join her. And maybe to the Honourable Gentleman from Mid and South Pembrokeshire, it's maybe not best to tick off your dad in the parliamentary chamber. Just a little bit tip as you go forward in this parliamentary session. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first thing you've got to try and not do when you consider this bill is to try not to laugh. Not to laugh out loud at the sheer ridiculousness of considering in 2024 where the places should be reserved in our legislature for a curious subset of a particular class of person based on birthright. To stifle the guffaws that accompanies the fact that a modern, complex, industrial, advanced democracy like the United Kingdom can still have barons, dukes, earls and various aristocrats deciding the laws of the land because they are their father's son. And they were able to secure this right back in the medieval times because one of their great-great-grandfathers perhaps won a decisive battle in the Middle Ages. This is parliamentary participation defined by the Game of Thrones principle, where the great houses of Oldie England or Oldie Britannia knocked 7 shades of whatever out of each other for the right to run this country by breeding. I suppose in some sort of way they're our own Baratheons and Targaryens, only without the fun, without the dragons and the box office appeal. But it's now time to break the wheel. For them down the corridor there, winter must be coming. There is no other legislature in the world that even comes close to having people in the legislature for birthright, save perhaps the Upper Senate in Lesotho, where there is still a place, I believe, reserved for the tribal chiefs. This is a type of company that we keep. But looking at this bill, my other main and initial thought is this it? Is this all we've got? Now we've heard all this thing about other things to come. They're going to be patient. Other bills will come forward. We've been hearing that from the Labour Party for 100 years. For over 100 years, they've promised to abolish the House of Lords. But there it sits, bigger and more bizarre than ever, awaiting the arrival of the new Labour Lords. Where is the Brownian vision of a Senate of the regions and the nations? Where is the almost federalism that we in Scotland were promised during the independence referendum? It's certainly not in this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. This meagre rubbish hasn't even got the credibility to call itself a reform. We'll probably wait about the same amount of time that these barons and earls won those decisive battles for meaningful reform to come from the Labour Party. It's not abolition of the House of Lords that we're getting from the Labour Party in this Parliament. It's the long grass, as a consultation is now about to be embarked upon as they get round to the business of prevaricating once again. I don't think anybody in this country really believes that the Labour Party are in the remotest bit sincere about abolishing the House of Lords. I don't think most people actually believe, certainly what the contributions we've heard so far, that they're actually in favour of real reform of the House of Lords. And even the watering down has been watered down, as the proposal to have a mandatory time limit, age limit in the House of Lords of 18-year-olds has been neglected, only because they found they were about to ennoble a couple of their own peers, like we were just about to approach 80-year-olds. And they've only subsequently found out that they're disproportionately hit by all this, because their cohort in the House of Lords is actually older than the Conservative peers. It's no wonder that very few people actually take them serious. What we have down there is an embarrassment and an unreformable laughingstock, a plaything of Prime Ministers and the personification of a dying establishment that represents another age. With all its ridiculous cap-doffing deference, it represents almost the exact range of values that my country is all about. And that is why I am so proud that my party will never put anybody in that red leather upholstered gold-plated Narnia. But where we could laugh at their hereditaries, the honourable gentleman in the Conservative Party are quite right to point to the ridiculousness of 26 places reserved for Church of England bishops. We are the only legislature in the world that has places reserved for clerics other than the Islamic Republic of Iran. And where we could take some sort of comfort that the Archbishop of Canterbury isn't going to embark in some sort of religious jihad, what strange company to keep. If there was an interparliamentary union of serving clerics, it would be exclusively composed of Church of England bishops and ayatollahs. But it's not even the hereditaries or the Church of England bishop that concerns me. The group that concerns me most about the House of Lords is the appointees. The donors, the cronies and the placemen who end up with a role in running our country, making the laws of this land because of prime ministerial patronage. The people who have a place in our democracy, whose only qualification seems to be an ability to give substantial and significant amounts of money to one of the three major political establishment parties in this House. We have evolved a legislature that is now at least partly designed by one person, a Prime Minister who decides who has the opportunity to take a role in running this country by appointment based on lists drawn up to him by him and other British party leaders. No other party leader or head of state has this particular power anywhere in the world. It's a prerogative that would make a tin pot dictator in a banana republic blush, but yet we sit here on these benches and lecture the developing world about good politics and democracy. The temptation, of course, is to stuff it all full of your friends in the political useful. A place to reward the servile, to thank the time servers and to compensate the downgraded, don't they? This week we're obviously considering one of these examples, with all the talk of Sue Gray ending up with a place in the Lords as some sort of compensation for her sacking. I suppose when she goes down there, she'll get an ermine coat to accompany the envoy's ostrich feather when she goes and visits her most northern territory in Scotland as the British envoy. And already her loyal subjects, Madam Deputy Speaker, are practising their haka to welcome our new envoy as she makes that journey north. But to see how bad things could get, we only need to remember Boris Johnson's list, full of friends, donors and former staff. A list that could not be more gratuitous. Now, notionally, there's a House Appointments Commission, an utterly toothless body that Boris Johnson just simply ignored, and it has done nothing to stop the accumulation of cronies and donors. 68 out of 284 nominations from political parties between 2013 and 2023 were political donors, handing over 58 million to the political parties. 12 of those appointments gave over £1 million. Now, that was the price during Cash for Honours in the early 90s. You would think inflation would be at least factored in when it came to getting replaced in the House of Lords, but not a bit of it. The going rate is still £1 million. This Cash for Honours, of course, led to one of the most dramatic police investigations in the 2005-2010 Parliament, where a sitting Prime Minister was questioned by the police under caution and some of his staff were actually arrested. You would think that after all of that, the establishment parties would just be a little bit more circumspect about this, but not a bit of it. The cash keeps coming in and the peerages keep on getting rolled out. And even as recently as 2021, I asked the Metropolitan Police to investigate the Conservative Party when we found that 22 of the Conservatives' biggest financial contributors have been made members of the House of Lords in the past 15 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has no plans whatsoever to do anything about the appointees in the House of Lords, save to make more of them. And one of the reasons, and the Conservatives are possibly right in this, one of the reasons that we're getting this bill so early in this Parliament is to clear the place out so that the Labour Party could put in more of its donors, cronies and placemen. That's why they're doing this so early, to clear it out, to make sure the space is available and the place doesn't look as big as this. The House of Lords is the most absurd, ridiculous legislature anywhere in the world, famously second only in size to the People's Congress of China. Bloated, ermine-coated, never been voted. It is the antithesis of everything that we know about democracy. Increasingly embarrassing, probably corrupt, certainly rife for all sorts of abuse. It's an institution whose time has surely come to pass. Now, we put forward a reasoned amendment to oppose this bill because we want to hold the Labour Party to its historic commitment to abolish the House of Lords. Unfortunately, it wasn't selected. But there will be opportunities, as this bill goes through this House, to come back to this again. And all I would say to the government, yes, bring forward your step-by-step incremental changes, but what the general population, the public now want to see is some meaningful action on the House of Lords. There was a YouGov poll out yesterday that showed the vast majority of the British people no longer want the House of Lords. They specifically and defiantly want it reformed. It's no good enough just continuing to pass the buck for another 100 years. Something has to be done. Pick up Gordon Brown's report, for goodness sake. Have a look at what he says. Try to enact some sort of meaningful reform. And who knows, it might even make them popular again. This seems to be what the public want. This could be something that they could do that the public would actually genuinely support. We've waited centuries from action from the Labour Party, and we've got next to absolute nothing. Now is the time for action. No more prevarication. Get real action and get dealing with that place down the corridor.
Phil Brickell.
Speaker, this is a simple bill with a simple objective, and I commend the Minister for bringing it to this House. But I also want to extend my thanks to the remarks from the Honourable Member for Richmond Park for her support for this bill on a cross-party basis, because I think it's vital that measures of significant constitutional impact have that support across the House. With that in mind, I wish to make three main and largely straightforward points, which include tackling head-on the two amendments put down by the Honourable Gentleman for Aberdeen South and for Hertsmere, respectively. First, I will touch on the constitutional aspect of the bill. Second, the part it plays in rebuilding trust in our politics. And finally, the objections raised by the honourable members opposite, including the SNP member who just spoke. On the Constitution, the continued existence of hereditary peers in the upper chamber is an unsustainable anachronism in the year 2024 and a clear affront to modern democracy. Remember, we're talking about 92 members in the other place who, for life, are able to legislate merely by accident of birth. They owe their role not to their abilities, and they are unaccountable. That is not to denigrate the hard work of hereditary peers. But let's be clear, we have the farcical situation whereby the continued existence of the hereditaries leads to by-elections in the second chamber. Possibly the only by-elections where the entire electorate can easily fit into the back of a taxi. Removing the last remaining peers was a clear manifesto commitment from this government in it this year, one which will dramatically improve Parliament's ability to reflect the country at large and which will reform an upper chamber which has grown out of all proportions relative to this place here. Now, too much of the debate today has been about Burke, Bajahot and romantic conservatism, and not enough about democratic accountability, legitimacy and representation. I found it astounding to hear Tory radicals talk about their zealous ambition for reform of the upper chamber, yet there was no mention whatsoever in the Conservative Party manifesto this year of House of Lords reform. Which takes me on to my second point. It's vital that we rebuild trust in our politics by making sure that our parliamentarians are representative, that they are accountable, and that transparency is at the fore of our dealings. Yet the continued existence of hereditary peers in the other place is in stark contrast to each of these values. On representation, there are currently 88 hereditary peers, comprising 45 Conservatives, 33 crossbenchers, 4 Labour, 4 Lib Dem, 2 non-affiliated. Their political composition in no way represents the views of the country at large. The average, and I must stress, average age of members of the upper chamber is 71. The average age of the country at large is 40. Indeed, 324 current members of the second chamber will be aged 80 or over on the 1st of June 2029. And let's be clear, there are no female hereditaries. Not one. On accountability, they're elected by their peers, which leaves the possibility of by-elections with an electorate of 3, as my honourable friend for Telford mentioned earlier. 3 peers deciding who else has the opportunity to legislate in this Parliament for life. Now, on the opposition objections, the member for Aberdeen South's amendment laments this bill does not abolish the other place in its entirety, and we heard the SNP member make mention of that. Let me say to him that reform of the other place has always been piecemeal. To that end, I welcome this measure as a swift initial reform, and I take heart from the comments made by Lord Carn of Burnley, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State in the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, who on the 23rd of July confirmed that the government is committed to other reforms, including a mandatory retirement age, a participation requirement, and, importantly, reform of the means by which peers are appointed, as well as the alternative second chamber being representative of the regions and of the nations. It is precisely this ambitious agenda for the other place that I wish to see. And as a North West MP, an anti-corruption specialist with more than a decade of experience, and a member of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Anti-Corruption and Responsible Tax, let me reassure you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that these are all welcome steps which I firmly believe will modernise the upper chamber, but also ensure the means by which individuals are appointed to the other place is made more transparent. And on the amendment tabled by the honourable member for Hertsmere, let me say that this bill is not about avoiding scrutiny of the government or of the work of this House. I and many of my colleagues value the work done by our colleagues in the other place. But I would remind him and members on the Conservative benches that when the House of Lords Act passed through this place 25 years ago, that the retention of the 92 hereditaries was, and I quote, interim until the second stage of House of Lords reform has taken place. Indeed, removing the hereditaries would have a minimal impact on the overall political composition of the upper chamber. We've seen the Conservative benches blowing hot and cold, demanding radical reform, but at the same time asking for caution. Let's be clear, this must be the first on a number of steps towards modernising our politics in this place. This bill is a manifesto commitment for which there should be no unnecessary delay in moving it through the legislative process. I was astounded to hear the Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings mention that members in the upper house who were hereditaries, are hereditaries, do not form part of a privileged elite. That simply wouldn't wash on the streets of Bolton West. We are talking of earls, of viscounts, of dukes, of marquises, who are simply there to legislate for life by dint of birth. This is a vital reform which will ensure the workings across this Parliament are dragged kicking and screaming into the 21st century, and I commend it to the House.
Dr Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start my contribution today by thanking the work of our colleagues in the House of Lords and what they do as part of public service and that vital scrutinising and editing role they do in terms of the legislation that we put together in this place. And I have to say, prior to my election, my first election in 2019, I didn't really know that much in depth of the detail of the workings of the House of Lords and the value that it provides our parliamentary system. And in the past 5 years, I've seen the House of Lords, which has been very effective in holding up legislation, making sure that it works, making sure that the decisions that we make, using the expertise that it draws upon, is good laws for our country going forward. And I think it's important to recognise and thank the contributions that members of the House of Lords make and continue to make in that. It's important that we have a strong second chamber, but that does not mean that there is no need for reform, and I very much do support reform of the House of Lords. And I think the comments that the speech that the member for Bolton West just made about unaccountability, in a sense, it is the fact that most of the House of Lords appointed as life peers, usually because of expertise or work that they've done. Their accountability is what got themselves there in the first place, and it's the fact that they are unaccountable that gives them a degree of freedom in making sure that we put together the best laws going forward. Now, I support the bill that the government's put forward to remove the 92 hereditary peers, all of whom are men, and retain a role in legislating due to their birth. Now, this is very much not a criticism of those peers. I've had the pleasure of working with many, and one particularly closely, Viscount Gavin, who's done incredible work over the years with regards to the APPGs for Sweden and Finland, which I've previously been chairs and vice-chairs of. But this bill, while I support it, is a ham-fisted approach to reform. If it's going to be done, do it. Do it properly. And the idea that it's going to stay narrow and that this is going to be a quick fix in terms of moving things forwards, I think looking at the scope and depth of debate is really for fantasists. Just laying out my views in terms of further reform, I absolutely don't support a elected upper chamber. I think that would cause all sorts of problems, not least in terms of parliamentary supremacy. I do think that the life appointments do add real value, and I've seen that in the last Parliament, both in the current Parliament and the last Parliament. So people like Sir Patrick Vallance, who's now Labour Minister, previous Chief of Science, and the work that he did with COVID, and I look forward to seeing the work that he's going to do in that place. Lord Harrington, who was brought in response to the Ukrainian refugee crisis and brought as a minister and responded to and helped support the difficult challenges that were taken forward. Lord Cameron, who was brought in as Foreign Secretary, and don't we wish we had Lord Cameron as Foreign Secretary now? And most recently, Baroness Poppy Gustafson, who was brought in by the Labour government as an investment minister, given their lack of expertise and experience in business on the front bench. And I'd like to thank the Baroness for helping support the Labour government with regards to the needs of business. We should consider, in terms of the House of Lords, the numbers. We should look at the amount that people attend and take part and participate. We should look at the funding. We should look at retirement age. We should look at composition. And we should look at the role, or whether there shouldn't be a role, in terms of religious representation in the House of Lords. As set out in the reasoned amendment, which I shall be supporting today, I think that measures to modernise and reform should be taken now. And this is a real missed opportunity, or at least I hope that it won't be, because once we've passed second reading and this gets to committee stage, we are going to see amendments which are going to be put down, and interestingly, by the sounds of it, from our benches, upholding the manifesto commitments of the government, because they're being so timid in what they're trying to achieve today. And rather than prioritising their need to be seen to be doing something, the government needs to start learning to do things right.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this new government's steps to reform the other place. Nearly 30 years on from the changes enacted under the last Labour government, I'm pleased to see this one finish the job when it comes to hereditary peers. As colleagues have pointed out, they are a fundamental anachronism in our constitution that undermine not only the legitimacy of that place, but actually of this place as well. For that entire time, in vote after vote, individuals have been making their impact on legislation not through a democratic mandate, but solely because of their ancestry. It is a principle that cannot stand, and I share some colleagues' disbelief at comments made by the Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings, where he suggested a focus or an obsession on the democratic principle was very narrow-minded. Well, I'm afraid that is the sort of talk that you would have expected in the Victorian era during the Great Reform Act. It is from another time and another place. This bill takes us another much-needed step towards the democratisation of our Parliament. Now, looking at the proposed amendments, I appreciate some would like to have seen a repeat of the 1649 English Republican Act of Parliament that abolished the other place entirely in one fell swoop, proclaiming that the House of Lords is useless and dangerous to the people of England. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hasten to add that I think most of us today have too much respect for the hard work of members opposite to share those sentiments. But this reform is progress. After 14 years, the Conservatives left the other place a bloated mess. As has already been pointed out, the second largest parliamentary assembly in the world, behind only China's National People's Congress, and the only second chamber in the world that is larger than the first. Now, in 1999, when the last Labour government removed the vast majority of hereditary peers, some said the ones remaining were the stone in the shoe to encourage further reform and democratisation. And I know, and I'm encouraged by ministers speaking today, that whilst removing the stone, they are already thinking about changing the shoe. It is high time that the public have a say in who votes on laws passed in their name. Elections that give mandates to make laws, not birthright or patronage, but ordinary people voting for and removing people when they want. I'm proud to have stood, as many other colleagues are as well, on a manifesto that called for a complete overhaul of the other place, including making it more representative of the nations and regions that make up our great country. But there are many other things that our constitution needs reform on as well, and I need to put on record my own belief that this should be part of a journey, the start of a journey for greater electoral reform. We know that the franchise, whilst it has been expanded with first past the post, is still too restrictive. Voters should be able to change the outcome of elections every time they go to the polls, but unfortunately too many are trapped in constituencies where their vote for this place still doesn't count. As I say, I have much respect for members of the other place, whatever their background, for the diligence in which they carry out their duties. They have acted as a bulwark, in fact, in recent years, as Conservative governments played fast and loose with the Constitution, with one hand clutching the prerogatives of the sovereign and the other challenging the fundamental independence of the judiciary, which was not that long ago. But this work of scrutiny and constitutional guardianship can and should be done by a chamber of the people, one that the electorate has had a say in choosing. So today is an important step towards that. It's mature, it's sensible, and it's overdue, but I commend the government for bringing it forward speedily.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm a big fan of reform, and I detect, apart from one or two others, an appetite for reform of the House of Lords. But if you're going to do a job, do it properly. And it seems to me that the government, which often laments that it's had to wait 14 years to come back to power, it's had plenty of time to get itself organised, to get ready for the reform of the House of Lords. And some of us of a certain age, we remember the last reform back 25 years ago. And the Paymaster General spoke earlier about that this was just phase 1. No, Paymaster General, this is phase 2. I can't wait 25 years for phase 3. Please, we want to get on with it. And I actually think that the country wants to get on with it. I think the country will appreciate this phase of reform. But I think the country will say, hang on, Prime Minister, the Labour Party, you stood on a platform of removing cronyism. And the country is sick and tired, as other members have quite rightly said, of the cronyism of cloth, the cloth of ermine. It feels like it's sort of cash for cloth. We're done with it. We've had enough of it. We want this sorted. And so I think it's an opportunity for the government to say, well, if you're not going to do it at this phase, you've got a parliament of, let's say, 4 years ahead. Will you commit as a government to go from phase 2 to phase 3? Have the debate around the country as to the shape of what the House of Lords should look like. But I urge you, on behalf of tens of millions of people who want proper reform of the House of Lords, get on with it. Please don't wait another 25 years. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me in this important debate. And it's one I have a little bit of experience of, having served as a special advisor in the House of Lords previously, working with the now leader of the House of Lords when she was on the opposition front bench, but also with Baroness Stoll of Beeston, Baroness Evans of Bowes Park as their special advisor, as well as some hereditary peers, including Freddie Lord Howe and Patrick, the Earl of Courtown. And I think it's important, as I think many members have, to acknowledge the service that all members of the House of Lords make to our country. And the government front bench perhaps didn't understand when I was intervening earlier in the debate exactly where I was coming from. But I think it's a point that's now been made by members right across this side of the chamber. That why go for piecemeal reform when the government has space to actually ask the country what it wants to see? Why put forwards in that delicate amount of legislative time that is available, as my right honourable friend for Stone and Great Wyrley said earlier on? Why, when you've got that space now, why not push something forward where you can actually have a proper debate around the future of the country, as the honourable member for Boston and Skegness has just said? I will indeed give way.
I thank the Honourable for giving way. I mean, he's made a number of contributions this afternoon, and I've listened to all of them. I'm not clear whether he supports the removal of the hereditary peers from the House of Lords. So perhaps before he continues his speech, he could very clearly and succinctly put on the record, does he support the principle of removing hereditary peers?
I thank the honourable member for his question. I do support the removal, but as part of a broader package of measures. And I think that's the issue at stake today, which members on this side of the House are concerned by, is that this piecemeal reform, which will just remove people who are there by accident of birth, will also leave people there who are there by accident or incident of faith, in terms of the bishops in the other place, and also ensure actually perhaps the issue where I think the public are most concerned by, which is the idea of pure patronage being parts of the House of Lords. I think those other two issues, I think, are totally left aside by government speeches from the government benches today. And I think if we are going to look at this properly, we need to look at it in the round. We have seen piecemeal change over the last few years. I was in the House of Lords when we introduced retirement, voluntary retirement, for example, which has built upon many measures over the years, including on obviously the Life Peerages Act of 1958, passed by a Conservative government. But if we are going to look at changing the situation of the House of Lords and what it's going to do, then other conventions will obviously be called into question at the same time. And I would say to the government, while looking at this measure at this present time, surely to get it right, rather than having to legislate twice or perhaps 3 times or further changes down the line, why not get something which the whole House and country can have a proper debate on, and proper agreement on going forwards, and then legislate in one piece on that? I'll give way to the Honourable...
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I'm taken by his phrase in terms of getting this right, and it was one of that's also used by the previous speaker, the member for Boston and Skegness. They both use this idea of should we not take time to get this right? And surely that's what this government is committed to. This government is committed to the removal of hereditary peers, as was very clear in the Labour Party manifesto, which was so widely supported across the country. But the wider reform of the House of Lords should surely be subject to consultation with not just people in this place, but around the country. So surely, if we're going to get this right, we need to take the time over that consultation.
I totally agree with the honourable member, actually. Actually, it's quite interesting that this Act hasn't seen that pre-legislative scrutiny that actually would normally come forwards before something like this, because of the implications it has for more broadly for the second chamber. I want to see it properly done as a full package, because I think if we're going to see a slice-by-slice reform, I don't think is where the country wants to see. While I have some sympathy with the Liberal Democrat frontbench who see this as a step in the right direction, I fundamentally disagree with them, because I think you've got to have the full package of reforms together to see where you actually wish to end up. I'm just going to make a touch more progress before I take another intervention from the Honourable, but I'm happy to leave the way to my Honourable friend.
My Honourable friend is making some extremely valid points. I agree with him that if there's going to be change, it should be done all together. But what I'm slightly concerned about is the radicalism of this. I didn't find that anybody on the doorsteps in Romford actually wanted to make this such a big issue, to radically change our constitution. Did he find that in Billericay?
I certainly didn't find it in Basil and Billericay, or indeed in Romford when I visited my honourable friend, or in other seats across the country. And I think constituents will be slightly baffled as to, when you're looking at a big piece of constitutional reform, why would this government now want to come forward with multiple different bills potentially throughout the course of this Parliament, rather than having something which they could put to the public to have a look at now and then have a look at right at the end. In fact, what constituents have been mentioning over recent weeks and months, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been actually the concerns that they've had over the winter fuel payments, or concerns that they now have over what might be in the government's new budget, particularly with the jobs tax, which they're worried about hitting jobs across the country. I'm afraid I'm not going to try and take up too much time for the House. I'll try to reduce the number of interventions I'm taking. But my honourable friend, the member for North Dorset, I think hit the nail on the head when he said this is a proper missed opportunity. I think that my right honourable friend for South Holland and Deepings actually did make some important points around how when we legislate we have to do so carefully, because we are fundamentally changing the nature of what we're looking at. Proper reform has been wanted, by generations of politicians from both sides of the House, and particularly from the Labour Party. I don't understand why at this stage, with such a large majority and with time on their side, they aren't looking to put those changes through properly. I'll give way again.
I do thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I think perhaps maybe I can help him, which is he will, as a special advisor to the House of Lords, he will know it's incredibly complex to do reform in the House of Lords. There appears to me to be general consensus across all parties in this House that the expulsion of the hereditary peers from the House of Lords, we all agree on. If it was part of a larger combined bid, he risks losing that principle because there'll be more for us to fall out over, more for us to disagree on, and inevitably his party voting against it in committee and third reading, which would leave the whole package potentially at risk.
I think the honourable member misses my point, is that we have to see this as part of a package. When Lord Irvine spoke about this in 1999, this was actually as they were kept there as part as the Stone issue, as part of we need to look at that wider reform. We don't remove them until the wider reform is settled. The government has a very large majority in this House, and it can certainly get stuff through if it wishes to. I would urge the government from bench to really look at that comprehensive reform. I understand what the honourable member is saying. Why not do it size by size? I think the entire point of the hereditaries being there actually shines a light on the greater issues we're facing in the House of Lords, as was mentioned by the right honourable member for great Wyrley and Stone earlier on, when he was talking about the religious members, as was also mentioned, Madam Deputy Speaker, by other honourable members. If we're going to do a package, let's do a proper package. And the other aspects of this, not at this moment, just let me make this point. As part of that package also, it does concern me that the government, when they've also, which in their manifesto, put forward the idea of a retirement age, they're not seeking it would appear now to legislate on that. Why not, when it's quite clear that the scope of this bill around membership of the House of Lords is clearly wide enough to look at that. Other chambers in the world, like the Canadian upper house, has a retirement age of 75. We have a mandatory retirement age in this country for judges of 75. I'd be quite interested to hear from the government from bench as to how they can justify a mandatory retirement age of 75 for those who interpret the law, but not having a mandatory retirement age for those who make the law, not democratically elected, as honourable members on this side have been, who are well over that age, but actually appointed people. And I think that's the case. That's where the similarity with judicial appointments comes in. Is actually members of the House of Lords if this bill passes, will be purely appointed. And obviously there is already a retirement age for Lord Spiritual. I'll give way.
Very much. You've made repeated... Sorry. The honourable member has made repeated references to the grand package that he would like to see for House of Lords reform. But my honourable friend has already highlighted the issue. Indeed, historically, we've seen this problem. In the coalition government, the Liberal Democrats put forward the historic package of reform, and it was the Conservatives who put the bullet in it because they didn't agree with everything. Surely it's much better to get what we all agree on done rather than put forward a package of reform that ends up dying at the hands of those who disagree with it.
Point the honourable member makes, but I'm sure that I know there's been fractures in Downing Street recently, but I don't think anybody would be suggesting that the Labour Party, with a majority of 170, is as let's say, as a coalition, as the Conservative Lib Dem coalition was through 2010 to 2015. They have time. The honourable members opposite, they have the space to do it. And the key point is that this has to be part of a package. That's why Lord Irvine spoke about it at the time. That's why the measure's still there. I'll happily give way.
Thank you for giving way. The majority is 174, but who's counting? Because the manifesto for the Conservative Party, as far as I can tell, didn't mention House of Lords reform, I may have missed it, so apologies if I did. Could the honourable member please tell me what Conservative thinking is on House of Lords reform? There's lots of mention of a big package of House of Lords reform, but I'm not any clearer about what that might entail. And in reading the 1999 debate on House of Lords reform that was pushed forward by the Blair government, I'm struck by the fact that many Conservative members opposed that on the basis that it didn't go far enough. Is the call for further reform actually a smokescreen to do nothing and therefore to preserve the hereditary principle when all of us would agree, including yourself, that in fact we should eliminate that principle?
Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I think what we're discussing today is the policy of the government. And while my party is in opposition, clearly its manifesto was rejected by the public at the last general election, what we're discussing is the policy of the government and what was in the manifesto that he stood on. And it'll be interesting to see if the honourable member and others will actually back their manifesto that they stood on if amendments are made from this side of the House, or if they won't. and we'll have to see about that over the coming weeks. Or what, not again. What I would, just in winding up, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was currently in the House of Lords, who are there by luck, by birthright, appointed essentially by God, as it were, or by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is going to pull out one of those, and it's just going to be him and God appointing people going forwards if this legislation goes through unchallenged. I think putting even more hand in the power of an executive, which has a majority, as the Honourable Member said, of 174, although some of them come and go at the moment, I think is a really dangerous thing to do when we're not looking at the comprehensive package of reform which was promised. The honourable members opposite have talked about things which happened 25 years ago when I was, even though I might not look it, was still in short trousers. And I think we need to also reflect on the fact that this is a very different time to then. The honourable members opposite, the government has a time and a space, and I hope that the front bench will consider what the opposition front bench are mentioning today, look at that broader package rather than this in isolation, because they have the time to do it, and I think the public would like to see this as a proper package brought forwards, while in the immediate times they're concentrating on the people's priorities around cost of living and taxation. Thank you very much, members.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the House of Lords plays an important part in our legislative process. It revises legislation and just occasionally causes us in this House to think again. I support reform of the House of Lords, but I want that reform to lead to a better upper chamber. This bill does the opposite. In 1999, the Labour Party sought to remove all hereditary peers from the House of Lords. And to get its legislation through, it struck a compromise with the upper house. That compromise, the Wetherill Amendment, enabled 92 hereditary peers to remain until the government came forward with a comprehensive plan for House of Lords reform. The then Lord Chancellor, Lord Irvine, said, "A compromise in these terms would guarantee that Stage 2 would take place, because the government, with their great popular majority and their manifesto pledge, would not tolerate 10% of the hereditary peerage remaining for long. But the 10% will go only when Stage 2 has taken place. So it is a guarantee that it will take place." Madam Deputy Speaker, 25 years later, the House of Lords is unreformed. And despite winning majorities in 2001 and 2005, the last Labour government did nothing to bring forward Stage 2 of House of Lords reform. Yes, of course.
Whatever's happened in the years and decades gone by, this is the question before us now, a step forward to help reform the House of Lords. We do not claim that we are ever perfect in this House. Indeed, we only make steps towards it. And the steps toward before us today is a very simple one, and one I think that no member of this House can disagree with, that we should not have a place in the Lords by right, as has been pointed out across this chamber, because your father gives it to a son. That is what is before us, and surely my honourable friend can agree with that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, therein lies the problem, in that we now want to talk about Stage 2. Because although the Minister promises a second stage of reform, this is exactly what you promised 25 years ago. And then you did nothing. Yeah. And our fear is that you will get rid of the hereditary peers, and then the issue of further reform gets delayed, that there's never enough parliamentary time. And actually, there is never any Stage 2. Put quite simply, we are cynical of the promises that are being made. We think you'll take the hereditary peers and then do nothing. Yes, I'll give way.
The reference to you, surely you're not responding to a question that I've just raised, so you're speaking to the Chair. Please continue, Sir Ashley.
Happy to give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, to comment on the 14 years of Tory administration, which
were full of reforming zeal and could have transformed this country in so many ways, yet failed my country so much. I just wanted to let the House know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that no family in Central Ayrshire, other than potentially the distant descendants of the Earl of Eglinton and Winton, might support remaining hereditary peers in the other place. And I hope my honourable friend will vote with us tonight and begin that important step of reform.
I would vote in favour of removal of the hereditary peers as part of a package, but not so the party opposite can remove them and then do nothing, which is what they did 25 years ago. I would like the Minister to explain how he believes his reform will improve the functioning of Parliament. Who will the government put in place of the hereditary peers? More former MPs, perhaps? Or donors? Or trades union officials? Perhaps some former councillors? The Upper House already has a surfeit of all the above. If we want an effective Upper House, we need diversity of experience. Perhaps some people who've worked in the private sector or run a business could help the front bench. The Upper Chamber has quite enough former politicians without the Prime Minister appointing more people to buy him suits and glasses. Happy to do so.
I'm very much enjoying the speech by the Honourable Member for Bridgewater. Is he making an argument now that the former Prime Minister, the member for Richmond, should not be entitled to an appointment list? And is he making a commitment on behalf of his own party that they will forego any appointments that they're offered under this government?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wouldn't dare answer on behalf of the Honourable Member for Richmond. I fear that this government is not motivated by a desire to improve the legislature, but they brought this measure forward for party political advantage. They want to be rid of the hereditary peers because 42 of them are Conservative and only 4 are Labour. And once they have driven this bill through Parliament, their desire for further reform will cool just as rapidly as it did 25 years ago. Happy to do so.
I was wondering, given that there are now so few Conservative members of this Parliament after the recent general election, what proportion of the House of Lords he thinks should now be made of Conservative members?
Well, we are scrutinising... Madam Deputy Speaker, we are scrutinising the government's proposal. That is the job of the opposition. The Minister said in his opening speech that hereditary peers are indefensible, and I agree. But then so is granting 26 bishops the right to vote in our legislature. And for some reason, the Minister doesn't seem quite so opposed to their presence. Could this be because that almost whatever the subject, the bishops can be relied upon to vote with the Labour Party? If the Minister were being consistent, he would want to remove the bishops as well as hereditary peers, and yet he is silent. Madam Deputy Speaker, the whole point of the remaining hereditary peers and their occasional inconvenient by-elections is that they are a constant reminder of the unfinished business of Lord's reform. They are a reminder of the promises Labour made 25 years ago and have still not been fulfilled. And the reason Labour wants to remove the remaining hereditary peers is so that that reform can be forgotten. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a bad bill. It weakens the Upper House, it reduces the scrutiny of the Executive, and it gives more patronage to the Prime Minister. And that is why I cannot support it. Thank you.
James Wald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I begin by declaring interest as my wife, the noble Baroness Evans of Bowes Park, and though she doesn't always make me call her that, is a member of the other place and was its leader for over 6 years. So I perhaps have had more dealings with members of the other place, including hereditaries, than most, and as a result have a view about how our two houses operate effectively in practice, rather than the somewhat theoretical perspective that we've heard from some of the newer members of the House. And the Lords play a very important revising chamber. without the guillotines and time limits that are so common in our House, whilst recognising and respecting the ultimate supremacy of this House. And in doing so, they can draw on the considerable knowledge and expertise from former defence chiefs, diplomats, scientists, engineers, business people, and yes, from those whom this bill seeks to remove the right to sit as peers. And the fundamental point that's reflected in a number of contributions from this side of the House and in the reasoned amendment is that this bill is brought forward in isolation from wider reforms. It ignores the convention that constitutional changes are based on consensus where possible, and it fails to provide time for a cross-party approach on wider reform. It can best be described as piecemeal, and as such conflicts with the commitments given in 1999 at the time of the House of Lords Act that hereditaries would remain until wider reforms came forward. Well, there are no wider reforms in this bill. Even the proposed retirement age of 80 has quietly been dropped. Perhaps ministers have realised the challenges in interfering with letters patent issued by the Sovereign and have not brought that forward. Or perhaps the timidity reflects a lack of consensus on the opposition benches about wider reforms, as we saw in response to Gordon Brown's proposals. Because such reforms would have to consider the issues of giving greater powers to the House of Lords and the impact that it would have on the primacy of the Commons, on the potential for legislative gridlock, on the desirability of creating more professional politicians. And what is the rationale, as many have commented on, of retaining the place, guaranteed places for bishops in the upper chamber? Those are just some of the questions comprehensive reform would need to address, and they require considerable cross-party consideration and analysis. No one would create the Lords today, but the system works. And this rushed legislation, which rather suggests a government lacking a substantive legislative programme, will remove considerable experience. It reveals a lack of knowledge of the contribution made by members, such as my noble friend, the Earl Howe, with whom I worked closely when he was the Defence Minister, and who has served continuously on the Conservative front bench for 33 years and 20 years as a minister. It ignores the role of the usual channels, the whips and the business managers, in seeking to manage legislation at both ends, as it were. The Earl of Courtown will be known to many from his distinguished service at 8 years as a Government Deputy Chief Whip, now continuing that role in opposition. Working with the Lord Ashton of Hyde, they navigated the Brexit, choppy waters and COVID in a House where there is no Conservative majority. I will give way, I'm not sure the Honourable Lady's been in for most of the debate, so I won't.
All right.
Those are just three of the peers who bring great experience and ability to the other place, many of whom are crossbenchers as well, who will be removed. I'm not giving way. Finally, I want to say something about the commencement of this legislation. If passed unamended, those accepted peers will be booted out unceremoniously at the end of the session in which the bill is passed. Surely the fairer approach, after the public service and commitment they've given to public life, is for them to remain there through to the end of this Parliament. To conclude, before embarking on constitutional reform, there should be a proper period of consideration. It's a sign of the complexity of reform of the House of Lords that previous efforts have not attracted the consensus that's needed. But the answer to that is not to bring forward piecemeal reform like that, pretending it has no wider consequence. Thank you.
Andrew Rosendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm looking over on the other side of the chamber and I see the coat of arms of our late dear friend Sir David Amos, who was murdered exactly 3 years ago today. He was a defender, a very staunch defender of our traditions, of our conventions and of our British Constitution. And I've no doubt what he would be arguing today would be to protect the institution of the House of Lords, and I will be doing the same, and I'm proud to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, the English Constitution is not something that can be drafted today by a 21st century style of committee of experts. If we were to establish such a body, its product would be alien to us and offer far less respect and admiration than what we have today. Indeed, our English Constitution, our British Constitution, is our birthright and is the envy of the world. It is like a fine, intricate oil painting, with brushstrokes meticulously painted by generation upon generation over a millennium. Our Constitution depicts a priceless image of the values, the character and the way of life of the British people, and I believe we must cherish and defend it and not discard it so easily without careful thought and attention to what we are doing. Of course, yes.
Thank you. You talked, the honourable gentleman talked artfully about our evolving and changing constitution in a way that was really quite moving. But I would ask you, is this not the latest evolution of? I would ask the honourable gentleman.
Asking the honourable member. Thank you.
No, he hasn't.
I would ask the honourable gentleman if this is not just the latest evolution of that evolving constitution to make it ever better.
So if we are to change our constitution so radically, and I do believe it is a radical change, then it should be done with a lot of thought and care and attention, with consultation and careful consideration. As I pointed out to my honourable friend, the member for Billericay, Basildon, earlier, I don't think this is an issue on the doorstep anywhere. I don't think during the general election anyone raised this as a serious matter that they wanted us to deal with. There are so many other issues, and yet we are rushing to make a major constitutional change without giving it due consideration. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe we share a deep intergenerational responsibility in this House, and it rests heaviest on the government of the day. We are custodians of our nation and all that belongs to it, and not its master. We have a responsibility to preserve our nation and its constitution, an obligation between those who have passed on, those who are living, and those who are yet to be born. This is the importance of the hereditary principle, and something that members opposite, and indeed some members on my own side, seem to fail to appreciate. The new Labour government of Tony Blair took a 3-inch wide paintbrush to remake this great work of art of generations in their own image. They started with what I believe to be a programme of thoughtless destruction from the removal of the law lords from the other place, with the creation of a Supreme Court, a notion alien to our constitutional heritage, to the culling of independently minded, and I say this very, very clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, independently minded hereditary peers, and the appointment of partisan placemen. It's not good. It's no good for our constitution. It adds nothing to the work of our Parliament. It now appears that today's Labour government have recklessly come to finish the hatchet job of an ill-thought-out constitutional revolution in the name of so-called modernisation. Yes, I'll give way.
I do thank the Lord Gentleman for giving way. He's just made a point that the hereditary peers are a bastion of independence. The Honourable Gentleman from Norfolk made the point that many of the Conservative peers are long-serving members of his party's front bench. Can he explain how those two things can be reconciled?
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've worked with members of the House of Lords over many years, in my 23 years in Parliament. They are people who are not seeking re-election, they're not seeking preferment or title. They are here to serve our country, and to help to assist this place in making better laws. And all the hereditary peers and the life peers of all parties that I've had the privilege to work with have always been there to serve. So to discard that so easily without serious long-term consideration to the effects of this, I think is a reckless decision. Madam Deputy Speaker, our Constitution is the most vital part of our shared British heritage, and the hereditary peers are an integral part of that, which cannot be replicated by modern means. Yet the argument in defence of hereditary peers, I believe cannot only be based solely on history, however important that may be. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Duke of Wellington's already been mentioned, the Duke of Norfolk, to the Earl Attlee, the Lord Northbrook, the Viscount Craigavon, who was also mentioned earlier, and indeed the Lord Bethel of Romford. The hereditary peers bring a wealth of intergenerational experience and knowledge to our Parliament. The hereditary peers have an inherited obligation, and duty to serve. They are also invaluable to our parliamentary democracy, holding the government to account, scrutinising legislation and raising often forgotten issues of national importance. Many hereditary peers are shining examples of exemplary parliamentarians. Yes, I give way. No.
Thank you very much to the honourable member for giving way. If I follow his argument correctly, would he be in favour of reversing the compromise of 1999 and go back to having more hereditary peers in the House of Lords? Is that his argument?
I don't object to the hereditary principle. I believe that hereditary peers play a vital part in the overall mix of this place, of Parliament, the British Parliament, and indeed the principle of the hereditary principle is enshrined in our Constitution via the monarchy itself. In fact, this place, our Parliament, is made up of the Crown, the House of Lords and the House of Commons. So those who are arguing to discard the hereditary principle should beware that the Crown itself is in peril if we continue to go down this road. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may continue, the removal of the hereditary peers would be a grave loss to our Parliament and our country. It would be a purge of many substantial independent voices which are immune from the need of political patronage and work solely in the public interest for king and for country. They do not seek to be popular or to win re-election. They exist to serve our nation. It has been said that offence ought not to be removed before you know why it was put there in the first place. Labour would have done well to heed this lesson from its last period of governance, rushing to change our tried and tested system without considering the full consequences of their actions, I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, would be to commit an act of constitutional vandalism. So, why is the government embarking on this? What in God's name motivates them? Is it simply to eradicate dissent in the other place? If so, this can only be described as self-serving political radicalism. Not content with a simple majority of 157, although I think it's gone down now. I think there are a few more independents on that side now, so it's less than what it used to be from the 4th of July. But not content with that majority in the House of Commons, this government seemingly aims to eradicate dissent in the upper house through this damaging legislation. This bill entails the removal of Conservatives, crossbenchers, Liberal Democrat and non-affiliated peers, a very small number of Labour, who often provide the most substantial dissent and constructive criticism to the government legislative proposals. Worse still, I feel and I fear that the removal of the 92 hereditary peers is only the beginning. The next step would be the introduction of an age cap for membership, provoking an even more numerically significant second cull of dissent, enabling Labour to pack the other place with political appointments and abolishing any form of effective opposition in the upper house. It is patently obvious... Yes, I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
The honourable gentleman seems to be operating on the premise that all hereditary peers are Conservatives. Why does he think it is that people with entrenched privilege are naturally Conservative?
Not at all. Yes.
Interventions are made by colleagues who have been contributing and spending time in the chamber, not just wandering in. You got very lucky just then. Please go ahead.
Not at all. I say to the honourable gentleman, quite the opposite. There are many members of the House of Lords, life peers and hereditary peers, who take the Conservative whip. But frankly, they act like independents, and they do what they believe in the interests of our country, and many on the Labour side as well. And you'll find there are many more rebellions and people voting different ways on that side than on this side of Parliament, because they are there to serve and they don't face re-election. And for that reason, they're not subject to the usual pressures of lobbying, the whips and all the rest of it that we are subject to. And that's why having that element is so important and part of our mix within the success of our Parliament. Yes, one last time.
I do thank the honourable gentleman and for giving to my indulgences. This is an argument that could quite easily have been made in the passage of the original 99 bill, that the expulsion of the hereditaries would lead to a complete collapse of our scrutiny. So I don't believe he is, but is the honourable gentleman suggesting that since 99, with the removal of the other hereditaries, that the House of Lords has not been fulfilling its function properly? Because that certainly isn't how I would see the current House of Lords. And if he doesn't believe that, surely removing the existing 92 will not have an impact on the scrutiny that he and I think is so important.
Not turn the clock back, but there are many very good people, very many good people who were ejected in that first legislation under the Blair government. The compromise was to keep the 92 there. I think it's a good compromise, and I don't really understand the rush to change this. I think we should keep things as they are. It is patently obvious that this bill is a precursor for a wider, and I would say scandalous programme to weaken Parliament's ability to hold the executive to account and ride roughshod over our tried and tested constitution. Not only does this bill open a slippery slope of dissent quelling, but it is attack on the merits of the hereditary principle. Logically and inevitably leads to a fundamental undermining of the primary constitutional role of the monarchy itself. Maybe there are some members on this side that would like a republic. I think the vast majority of British people would not want that to happen in this country, and so to discard the hereditary principle is a very dangerous road to go down. Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the House to consider with the utmost seriousness the weight of the intergenerational custodianship upon our shoulders when we vote on matters such as this, which are of grave constitutional significance. The removal of hereditary peers from the House of Lords would eradicate from the proceedings of Parliament some of the wisest and most dutiful servants of this great democratic institution. I believe this House should oppose this act of constitutional vandalism and continue to uphold the good and great conventions and traditions that have provided our cherished island nation with the stability, continuity and wisdom for so many generations.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Paymaster General for bringing these proposals, which I will be heartily supporting later tonight. And I think the point is worth making that this is not a personal attack on those hereditary peers. It is not political, and I think the makeup of the hereditary peers is irrelevant. This is about the principle of having accountability in our decision makers. The Liberal Democrat Constitution begins that no one should be enslaved by poverty, ignorance or conformity, and I think it is a humanitarian thing to unencumber those hereditary peers from being disqualified from voting and standing in our elections. We've heard some incredibly powerful maiden speeches tonight, and I'm honoured to follow the honourable ladies from Glasgow North East, from Knowsley, from Filton and Bradley Stoke, the gentleman from Mid and South Pembrokeshire, but also my honourable friend, the representative of North Norfolk, who I'm sure will be an incredible champion for his constituents. I feel it's a humanitarian thing to give these hereditary peers the ability now to engage in the electioneering, the door knocking and the campaigning, for which builds us as parliamentarians, understanding the views of people on the doorstep and giving us a more representative view of the people that we represent. Something that is denied to them, and I feel it is my responsibility to provide that pleasure to them. It's refreshing to have heard the ambitions for reform from members on the Conservative benches. I do agree with the general principle that it is important that the reform is broadly cross-party, and I look forward to working with them in the future to provide more transformative reform.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he understand why some people might have some cynicism over the appetite for reform that Conservatives have, when some members talk about wanting a big package and others defend the hereditary principle in 2024?
Thank you for your contribution. And whilst I heartily endorse the desire for a big package, I also share his cynicism about the appetite for reform from the members on these benches. I also note the desire from the benches for those skills not to be lost for those hereditary peers who do contribute to our lawmaking. And I make the point I made almost 3 years ago, that I do see an opportunity for them to take some of the places soon to be vacated by Conservative MPs who need to step down because they can't maintain their lifestyles. So maybe that's an avenue for them to continue to contribute. I take this opportunity to speak primarily to urge the government to go further, and I think I echo the points that my honourable friend made at the beginning of the debate, to further improve the reputation of Parliament. And again, the call that this is not something that is heard on the doorsteps, then maybe you need to listen to your voters a little bit closer, because for me, when I knock on the doors, the disenfranchisement and the disappointment and the fury with the behaviour of the previous government and with politics in general does echo. And this, for me, is a step in the right direction to improve that accountability and to restore some of the respect that was trashed by the previous Conservative government. Absolutely.
Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to agree with my honourable friend that trust in politics is at a low point. And we know that that is in part because of the egregious failures of the party opposite when in government. And this is a small and initial step that we can take to start to increase trust in politics, and that's partly why this party won the election.
I absolutely heartily agree. This is a step in the right direction, but I am reassured by the nods and the assurances given earlier in the debate by the Paymaster General that there will be more reform and further measures to come later in the Parliament. One of the points I would give me a little bit of progress. One of the particular measures I think we should bring forward and is relevant to this debate is about capping donations to political parties. That would end the £3 million price tag that was put on a seat in the House of Lords by the previous government, and again start to restore some of the trust that those here making decisions on our laws are here on merit. Gentlemen.
For giving way, he is being generous with his time. I understand the point that he's making, but does he recognise, like those of us who are good Fabians on this side of the House, that there is value in incremental progress and that the proposals in this bill should be welcomed on their merits?
100% agree, and I expect to find on the doorstep being able to champion and to boast about making this speech and these measures to make that incremental gain and to try and remove some of the egregious historical anomalies that we still see in our system. I would make special thanks to the honourable member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, because I think he made the very, very key and almost, a blockbuster point that all of the hereditary members who are set to join the incredible gender imbalance on the hereditary peers who are eligible to join or take places in the other place, but also the sheer insanity that we have an entirely male hereditary peer cohort at the moment. And on that alone, it makes it utterly indefensible that we are claiming to protect that astonishingly unequal status quo. So on that, I absolutely thank you for bringing that point, which surely should have ended the debate on its own. So in conclusion, So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I look forward to voting for this bill tonight, but I do implore the Paymaster General to continue to bring forward measures as soon as possible to further reform the House of Lords. The Liberal Democrats will continue to act as a constructive opposition, as I hope we have done today, and hopefully push for more radical proposals to reform the House of Lords, which we have been teased by the honourable member for Stone, Great Wyrley and Penkridge. I hope I pronounced that right, and look forward to working with him to develop those plans. And hopefully some of those measures will restore that trust that the previous government left our voters. So I implore you all to support this bill tonight. Thank you.
A short contribution from Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
There has been no notice of point of order, but go ahead.
Is there any etiquette in this House about those who have sat through the entirety of this debate being gazumped in the calling list by somebody who's recently arrived?
Thank you so much for pointing that out. Unless colleagues have been bulbing from the beginning, they're unlikely to be called. I know there are colleagues on the backbenches on the government side that will not be called within this debate. But it is absolutely right, those that are forming a majority in the House, those parties tend to be called earlier, and you are most definitely on the list and you'll be called shortly. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I did want to rise today just to make a few brief points, with your permission, about this incredibly important debate. And I think the most important one, and one that we still have not spent enough time today discussing, is just that very basic principle of the importance in our country of people not being represented in this place based on that hereditary principle. And I think it's incredibly important that we move away from that for a variety of reasons that I'll come on to. And look, I'm not going to pretend that this legislation goes all the way that many of us would like it to go. I think most of us on this side of the House at the moment think that elections are a pretty good way of deciding. I'll give way on that point.
Friend for giving way. Recently, whilst doing a media interview, I was confronted with comments from a member of the other place, a member of the other party, who argued that hereditary peers were good for Parliament because it meant that there were more Northerners in the chamber. As a proud Northerner, myself, would my more southern friend agree with me that regional proportionality in this place is important, but hereditary peers are not the way to achieve it?
True, and there's many things that you can say about hereditary peers, but being representative of the country as a whole is certainly not one of them. And look, and many of us on this side of the chamber think that elections are certainly good, and I hope that there will be a point in the future where we can look at that in the House of Lords. But in the meantime, there is no good argument at all for keeping that hereditary principle. I'll just make a couple of quick points, if I may. The first of which is the importance of trust in politics. Now, I worked in polling before I did this job, and I spoke to many people across the country. And it was always amazing just how low, unfortunately, trust in politics is. Now, there's many reasons for that. Many reasons that I hope that we'll continue to work on throughout this Parliament. Some other important pieces of work that we're doing on that. But one of those things has to be knowing that people can make it to this place not because of what they've done in life, not because they represent their communities, not because they represent their country, not because they have a fantastic vision for what they want to do, but because of what womb they happen to be born into. And I don't think that is right, and I think that is one of the reasons why we've seen that lack of trust. I'll give one.
I'm very grateful, and my honourable friend makes the key point there. And when we have children in the public gallery, or children who come and visit from our constituencies, does my honourable friend agree that it is simply impossible to tell children and defend the principle of hereditary peers in the 21st century?
That's certainly true, and that brings me on to the next point that I was looking to make, which is this Friday I will be visiting Watling Academy, a fantastic new school in my constituency, and I'll be chatting to children of many ages who are going through that important educational process. But I wanted to be able to look them into the eyes and say to them that if they work hard, they can have any opportunity in this country, the opportunity to end up in any place. And the hereditary principle works against that. So I'll just finish with this point. Look, we know we've heard many arguments from the other side of this chamber today. We've heard that this legislation is going too far. We've heard that this legislation is not going far enough. The truth is, it's a piece of legislation that's good, and we hope that we'll have the opportunity to go further in the future. We've heard that this, very quickly, if that's all right.
I thank my honourable friend for doing so, and I wondered, given his expertise in polling, if he could shed any light for this House as to whether there is any public support for continuing this hereditary principle or not.
Thank you. I can't say that I can remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I would say it rounds down to a very low number. And from the conversations that I've heard across this chamber today, the number of people who do believe in that hereditary principle are vastly overrepresented in this chamber. I don't think that's right. So we've heard how people think this legislation is going too far, and we've heard how people think this legislation is not going far enough. We've heard about how this legislation is being moved too fast, and we've heard how people think this legislation has been moving too slow. The truth is, we have been talking about this issue for decades, if not centuries, and this is the right time to make this important change. And I think that that's the thing. We know that this is not the end of this conversation. In fact, I know that this conversation will be happening for many years to come. But because of that fact, there is no reason why we shouldn't make this important shift, this important change today, to get rid of those hereditary peers and have a more democratic, more representative place that can carry on making these important laws that the country needs us to. Thank you.
Ellie Childs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I believe in taking a positive approach to politics. The idea that not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, I think that's a good principle, and it's in that spirit that I would like to welcome the bill that is before us today. But I have to confess it's a pretty lukewarm welcome, because the bill that we have before us today isn't, I don't think, a really significant step, a radical step. It's effectively a tweak. I mean, you could call it a bit of glorified admin, essentially, because it's tidying up a thread that has been hanging since 1999, and it doesn't tackle several of the other real inequalities and inconsistencies in the composition of the House of Lords, as members across the House have highlighted today. For example, the presence of the bishops, for example, the appointment of life peers. So while I welcome this, I think there is really huge room for improvement. House of Lords reform is absolutely long overdue. I think 3 hours or something ago, somebody referenced Asquith in 1911. We have been waiting a really, really long time, and I very much hope that whatever the next steps are that the Minister referenced when he initially introduced this several hours ago, that we don't have to wait 25 years or indeed 113 years to find out what the next step is in the reform process. House of Lords reform is long overdue. It is widely supported, as was referenced just now by the Honourable Member opposite, and it is essential to improve the functioning of our democracy. There are, by the way, many other ways that we could improve the functioning of our democracy, but let's focus on House of Lords reform just for today. Now, the Minister, when he introduced this, talked about it as a matter of principle for a government committed to fairness and equality. He talked about it as going step by step in the direction of reform. So I would like to challenge the Minister. What are those next steps? Show us your workings, show us your roadmap, assure us that we won't have to wait 25 or 113 years, show us how within this Parliament, with this huge majority, and I'm sorry, I won't give way, and I'm going to explain why I'm not going to give way. Because I, like many other members in this chamber, have been waiting hours, bobbing for hours, to have our chance to speak, apart from the moment when I went out to meet with the Speaker for a pre-arranged meeting. And there have been a number of members on all sides who have intervened frequently in the speeches of other people, thus putting others down the speaking order. And I know that my honourable friend here would like to speak. Moving forward, so we need next steps. We need to know what the next steps are in the process of House of Lords reform. And we need to think about principle. I agree this is about principle. It's not about the individuals that happen to be currently serving in the House of Lords. Many of them, indeed, are very hard-working. Many of them, indeed, are very experienced. They bring a lot of expertise. They bring a lot of effort. That is not the point here. The point is, unelected lawmakers shouldn't be a thing. People making laws should be elected. That is what democracy is about. It is the fundamental principle. And so for this reason, I find it rather extraordinary that the bill in front of us today doesn't adopt that principle. This government, if I may say so, is sometimes a little bit selective in applying the principles to which it nails its colours to the mast. And on the principle of unelected people not making laws, why do we still have bishops? Why do we still have life peers? There is no other walk of life in which you would be appointed to a job for life. We shouldn't have that in our Parliament. So might I gently challenge the Minister to use his government's huge majority, huge and disproportionate majority, huge majority on the basis of a minority of votes, to actually take forward those principles of fairness and equality. And therefore, not just to get rid of the unfair and unequal hereditary principle, but the unfair and unequal principle of representing certain religions and not others, of representing any religion by default within a parliament, to get rid of the unfair and unequal principle of political appointees to life peerages. Will he do that? Will he also set out steps to replace the House of Lords with a House of Citizens on the basis of elections? And will he take steps to introduce a fair electoral system into this Parliament so that every vote cast in this country is represented equally, with equal weight within this Parliament? Thank you.
Jim Alliston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've had a lively debate and some wonderful maiden speeches during the course of the afternoon. And I noted some very telling and impressive phrases that were used by some members. Phrases that I could not disagree with, and I think very few in this House could disagree with. Yet this House in its actions implements that which does disagree with them. What were those phrases? We had one member talk about the need to move to more democratic form of government. Good. We had someone talk about strengthening democratic rights. Good. We had someone talking about advancing democratic control. Good. We had the last speaker, a member from North Hertfordshire, saying unelected lawmakers shouldn't be a thing. Good. And the one that struck me most poignantly was this: that the principle is that you elect those who govern you. Now, we in this House have spent an afternoon debating the rights and the wrongs of having hereditary peers in the House of Lords. But there is a part of this United Kingdom where the primary issue isn't whether or not there is the right make-up of the legislature, where the primary principle is that there are 300 areas of law which are made by a foreign parliament, not by either this House or the other House or the Legislative Assembly in Stormont. And that is the product of the protocol agreement agreed by the last government, continuing to be implemented by the current government. Laws that affect fundamental issues, laws that govern most of our economy, laws that govern our entire agri-food industry, that control much of our environment, are not made in this House, are not made with a contribution by hereditary or non-hereditary peers. They are made by foreign politicians that no one elects from within this nation. Now that is, someone says, wrong debate. It is not a wrong debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we are debating the fundamentals of what it means to have democratic legislatures. And there's nothing more fundamental than having the principle that you should be governed by those you elect. All these hereditary peers their position in the House of Lords may well be indefensible. Indeed, that's essentially my own inclination. But at least they are United Kingdom citizens, making the laws for United Kingdom citizens. My constituents live under a regime where many of the laws are made not by United Kingdom citizens, not by those elected by us, but by those elected in Hungary, Estonia, wherever. And it does come down to practical illustrations. Just a few days ago, there was laid in this House a statutory instrument about pet passports, which imposes not a UK law, an EU law, which means that any member of this House, any citizen of Great Britain, who wants, for example, to come and visit the wonderful Giant's Causeway in my constituency and bring their best friend, their dog, with them, they have to, subject to EU law, have a pet passport. They have to have it inoculated according to EU demands. They have to belong to a pet scheme set up under that, and they have to have the documentation inspected. So I'm using this debate to draw the attention of this House to the fact, yes, it is right, yes, it is necessary that we debate the apparent anachronism of hereditary peers, but there is a far more compelling issue that this House should be preparing to address. And I will be bringing a private member's bill to this House, which will give this House the opportunity to address those issues. And when I do, I hope there will be the same enthusiasm for basic democratic principles, for the principle that you should be able to elect those that govern you. Thank you.
Shadow Minister John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is my privilege to rise to wind up the opposition's case on the House of Lords bill that the government has brought to the House this afternoon. In its first 100 days, this new government has come out of the general election at lightning speed, but at times have found themselves struggling to keep the wheels from spinning off the wagon. So it's perhaps no surprise that this gesture at constitutional modernisation is being rushed through Parliament without pre-legislative scrutiny, without meaningful cross-party engagement, and without proper consultation. A 5-clause bill with no detail on the next steps. Now, the government, they have had 14 long years in opposition in order to ponder how to complete the changes from the last time they addressed this matter in the House of Lords Act 1999, and yet we see a bill without ambition, incomplete, without due consideration of the wider implications, as my honourable friend, the member for Hertsmere, set out so eloquently earlier on. A bill that provokes questions that are not answered, despite repeated assertions to the contrary, and sadly, in line with many aspects of their first 100 days in power, there is no clear plan. There is the hope of one, I acknowledge that, but the complexity and variable geometry of our constitutional settlement and history and traditions needs serious examination. But before I will give way.
Giving way, and I admire his elegant efforts to slide past the 14 years his party was in charge and had an opportunity to change some of these things. But I also note that he's rather circumventing having to try and defend the indefensible, which is the idea that people should have a birthright to be in our Parliament. We're surely long past that point, and if he agrees with me on that, surely he and his party should be supporting our party's proposals today.
No, I'm not hiding from that at all. What I'm saying is that has to be one part of a much wider reform. And I think reforms that many on this side of the House would agree with. And I think it's only reasonable that if you're going to make a large number of changes, that if you take the first step, you want to know what the next steps are, because there is then what overall effect have you actually left in terms of our constitution and national parliament? I'd be very happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Could I just ask if he's so keen for the government to set out additional steps, maybe why he wasn't so keen for the government over the last 14 years to set out any steps? He described this bill as lacking ambition. How would he describe the last 14 years where his government did absolutely nothing to reform the House of Lords?
Well, I was a member for 7 years of the government. I did quite a lot, I would have thought, in financial services, in other aspects. I totally recognise that weren't significant steps made forward on this matter, and I don't deny that there is the need for reform. But what I do say is that just doing it in one step without stating what the further steps are isn't the right way to do it. But I would like to make a bit more progress if I could, and I will come to the honourable gentleman who has been here, like me, for well over 4 hours. But I would like to pay tribute to the excellent contributions of several colleagues from across the House. A key moment making your maiden speech, and I think that we've had 5 or 6 today, and I would like to pay sincere tribute to those maiden speeches amidst, I think, about 22 speeches from across the House. But I would first of all turn to my parliamentary neighbour and friend, the member for North Dorset, the newly elected chairman of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, who I think expressed very well the challenges of defending the hereditary principle. But in his usual way, pointed also to the lack of coherence and also made the case for a series of amendments and ambitious amendments that could be made going forward. He also made, I think, a very reasonable point about the case for life peerages for the hereditaries peers who have made such a significant contribution, and I think that that merits further consideration. But let me turn now to some of the maiden speeches. The brilliant maiden speech from the new member for Filton and Bradley Stoke, where she talked of her experience working for the Tony Blair Foundation, her commitment to fairness, and her enthusiasm for financial education and devotion to her constituency. And I wish her a long career in this House. I would also turn to the member for Knowsley, who spoke of the warm affection she had for her background in the trade unionism movement and her commitment to the people from the council estates and working class that she comes from. I also noted her commitment to apprenticeships and the energy transition, and I too wish her well in this place. I turn to the member who appears not to be in his place from Mid and South Pembrokeshire. I'm so sorry. And I would like to pay tribute to him, his commitment to serve the many, not the few, even if his perspectives differ somewhat to that of his father, who many of us will know. I also refer to the member for North Norfolk, who said that the bill does not go far enough. I suspect he would want to take it to a different place to where we'd want to take it, but I wish him well in his time in the House. And to the member for Glasgow North East, the deep commitment to Glasgow and the moving tribute that she paid to her brother David and the inspiration that he has given her to serve here. There are a large number of other thoughtful speeches, which I won't have time to go over. I would just say that it is, as all of us know, absolutely right that parliamentary institutions must constantly review, and at times evolution is in order that they remain relevant to the public that this Parliament is designed to serve. Now, for the party opposite, their view of this evolution has also been on a journey. In September 2022, the Prime Minister, then the leader of the opposition, made a speech at the launch of the Brown Report, making the case for abolishing the House of the Lords entirely. And I acknowledge that's a principled position, to replace it with a new elected chamber. And he was reported as saying that he would do this to restore trust in politics. And I think the question that many will be asking today is, so what happened? Here they are in government with an enormous majority, and what is their big idea, their grand plan to deliver on this? I will give way.
Thank you for giving way. Today, Conservative colleagues have said that the reforms go too far, that they don't go far enough, that they go too fast, but they don't go fast enough, that we should abolish the hereditary principle and we should keep it. What is the official Conservative position? and if I may, and is the reason the Conservative manifesto said nothing about the hereditary principle exactly what we've just seen today?
Well, I think if he takes trouble to read the reasoned amendment, he will know the position of His Majesty's opposition. But let me get back to what his government haven't done today. Their plan is to simply kick out 92 peers from the other place. Now, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this just won't cut it. I'm going to make some progress as I am detained on time. As with many areas of policy, as witnessed in these first 100 days, this bill exposes that despite all those months sat on these benches, they do not have a coherent plan with the next step set out. As Lord Adonis has reminded us, there is no consensus on reform. Now, they did have, as they kept telling us when it was the other way round, 14 years to deliver. They had 14 years to come up with that plan. Now they have an enormous majority, and they've just set out one step. I'll give way to the Honourable.
I do thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. He has diligently listened to all the debate this afternoon. I do thank him for that. But he talks about a package of reforms. The last reform that his party brought forward in 2014 was a very small reform. The expulsion of people for non-attendance, the right to resign or retire, and the expulsion of those people that committed a crime. Since then, 187 members have retired or resigned, and 16 have been expelled for non-attendance. That reform was perfectly acceptable as a standalone reform on its own, without consideration of the consequential impacts. Why is this bill any different?
Look, I'm sorry. It's his government that are now in charge of the agenda before this Parliament. It's for them to be and for them to be accountable for it. And I just am so challenged by the poverty of ambition that exists on the benches opposite. Now, we're given to believe that they are planning a new wave of peers, and that the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff has reportedly been overheard saying that she is top of the list. But the point that the Prime Minister was previously reported was trying to make our political system better, because it had previously been undermined by lackeys and donors appointed to the other place. But sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems that as soon as he got into Downing Street, the Prime Minister discovered their own lackeys and donors were already waiting for them. Sadly, I think it reflects the wider approach of this government's attitude to our constitutional reform and institutions. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
To the Honourable Gentleman. I'm really glad at last somebody else has mentioned the donors, because to me these are the biggest problem we have with the House of Lords. Will he back an amendment to say or suggest something along the lines that if anybody is given any more than £20,000, say, to a political party, they should not be able to get a place in the House of Lords?
Yeah. Well, I certainly don't think we should rule out people who are successful in all walks of life. But I would always look seriously at all amendments from colleagues across the House. But I think we need to just come down to the facts of this. The House of Lords isn't there as some ornamental, archaic decoration in our Parliament. It is an embodiment of Magna Carta, of power which devolved from beyond the Crown and beyond the Executive. So what is next, Madam Deputy Speaker? Is this all just a foreboding of the kind of parliamentary flagellation we can now expect from this new government? Well, not if on this side of the House we can help it. The reason amendment we have put to this bill recognises this government has no recognition of the need for a reasonable process for constitutional evolution and reform. Our amendment is about careful and considerate review of change, as well as the acceptable or effective method of enacting major constitutional change. But it is surely reckless at least, grossly irresponsible at worst, to seek to cast aside the experienced and independent voice of accepted hereditary peers, so many of whom play a crucial role in scrutinising parliamentary legislation in our nation, some of whom have played an instrumental role in delivering government, without setting out a clear, coherent plan or narrative that needs to be scrutinised, discussed and refined of what comes next. I hope colleagues will join me and support the opposition's amendment this evening.
Minister Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to close this important debate on the second reading of the House of Lords Hereditary Peers Bill. Can I just start by saying this? The Honourable Member for Romford reminded us in his contribution that today marks 3 years since the murder of our friend and former colleague Sir David Amess. I'm sure that the thoughts of all of us across this House are with his family. I want to give my thanks to honourable members from both sides of the House for their thoughtful and measured, at times, contributions to the debate. It's been a debate many years in the making and is an important moment in the history of this country's legislature. I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate the members across the House who have made their maiden speeches today. The honourable members for Filton and Bradley Stoke, Knowsley, Mid and South Pembrokeshire, North Norfolk and Glasgow North East. The honourable member for Mid and South Pembrokeshire recalled campaigning in the great Welsh weather during the election campaign, which reminded me of the campaign rally I did with him the first weekend of the general election in the pouring rain. Happily, I remembered my umbrella. As we heard, I'm sure all of those that made their maiden speeches today will make a fantastic contribution to this Parliament and to their constituencies, which they talked so passionately about, and I wish them all the best with their parliamentary careers. As we heard earlier from my right honourable friend, the Paymaster General and Minister for the Cabinet Office, this important bill delivers on the Government's manifesto commitment and is the first step in bringing about wider reform to the House of Lords. We firmly believe that the time has now come to finally end the hereditary aspect of the other place, a feature of our constitution that makes us an outlier amongst nearly all other democracies. I will give way.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. We're talking not just about today in the debate, but we've also been talking about what happened 25 years ago. And looking back at the debate, as I've had some opportunity to do this afternoon, I've been struck, as my honourable friend, I wonder if she's been struck as I have, by the Conservative opposition saying comes too soon, there's not been enough discussion, it'll cause dire consequences, we should be looking wider. These aren't arguments from today, they're arguments 25 years ago. Does she not think the Conservatives should come straight and not just fluff things?
It should be short.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and indeed he is right. Listening to some of the contributions today, it isn't clear where the opposition benches stand. They talk about reform being too fast and then not being fast enough. They talk about it going too far and then not far enough. I will give way.
Isn't it the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the only time you get House of Lords reform is with a Labour government? And in 1997 we had a mandate to reform the House of Lords, and in 2024 we have a mandate to reform the House of Lords, and we should get on with it.
Honourable friend, Friend for that contribution and for all the talk of reform from the benches opposite today. They had 14 years to do this, but chose not to.
The last government introduced a comprehensive bill involving election of peers. I was the Prime Minister's private secretary at the time. It failed, notwithstanding the fact that I thought it was awful. It failed because Labour withdrew its support for the timetable motion, which meant as a constitutional bill it would have taken the government's entire timetable, and for that reason the government withdrew the measure.
Well, I think that was 4 governments ago, and it failed due to the timetabling motion and the fact that you couldn't get the benches opposite could not get agreement even within their own benches. I just want to say this: there have been and are hereditary peers who have made real and lasting contributions to public life. However, this is a matter of principle. It's not right that anyone should be able to take up a seat in our legislature and be able to vote on our laws purely by virtue of the family they were born into. Instead, this government is committed to a smaller second chamber that better reflects the country it serves, and this bill brings us a step closer towards achieving that aim. Give way.
He talks about the family that they happen to have been born into, and therefore it's wrong that they should have any influence over legislation. Is she therefore questioning the principle of royal assent?
Oh, for heaven's sake!
Absolutely not. I listened to the honourable member's contribution in relation to this during the debate. The royal family and the monarchy are one of our country's greatest assets. The contribution of the King and the working members of the royal family to public life of the UK is incredibly significant, and the government has enormous respect for the unique role that the royal family plays in our nation. This reform does not affect the role of the sovereign. Ours is a model of constitutional monarchy that continues to be practised worldwide. By contrast, the UK is only one of 2 parliaments in the world that retains a hereditary element. So to seek to make any comparison to the two just isn't credible. The sovereign is our head of state. They provide stability, continuity and a national focus, and nothing in this bill changes that. I want to turn to the reasoned amendment tabled by the official opposition. The government has introduced this bill to end the outdated and indefensible right of hereditary peers to sit and vote in the House of Lords. I'm sure the House will agree that it's important for Parliament to be able to give proper consideration to this bill, which reflects a government manifesto commitment rather than dismissing it out of hand. Whilst the government is grateful for the contributions hereditary peers and their predecessors have made to the other place, it simply cannot be right that the second chamber retains a hereditary element in the 21st century. And let's be clear, the opposition benches talked today about consultation and engagement. Firstly, I'll not take any lecture on consultation from the Conservative Party, who rammed through a budget without engagement by the OBR and proceeded to crash the economy that's left people in my constituency and across the country still paying the price in their mortgages and rents. But on the substance of the bill, the Right Honourable Member for Hertsmere could not even be clear when asked if he is in favour or not of the principle of removing hereditary peers from the second chamber. And from the sometimes quite lively contributions from the benches opposite, one thing that is clear is that there is a wide range of views on this that are not always consistent with one another. And the newfound, if at times slightly confused, zeal for the job of reform of the second chamber is noted, yet the opposition benches had over 14 years to bring about reform and never did. These benches laid out our commitments for reform in our manifesto that was scrutinised by the public and then overwhelmingly voted for.
Grateful to the Minister for giving me. Could you still tell this House if it's still Labour's ambition to abolish the House of Lords as its current condition and set up a democratic elected chamber? Yes or no?
We set out in our manifesto that we want to see an alternative second chamber, more representative of the nations and regions, and I'll say a little bit more on that later on. But our manifesto was scrutinised by the public and then overwhelmingly voted for. This is a tightly drafted piece of legislation that directly makes provisions for the specific commitment to immediately remove the right for hereditary peers to sit and vote in the House of Lords. And I'm confident there will be no shortage of scrutiny from members of this House and members of the other place throughout the passage of this legislation. Indeed, the effect of the Right Honourable Member's reasoned amendment would prevent this House from scrutinising this bill. I'll give way.
For giving way. If amendments come forward during the Committee of the Whole House that reflect the aspirations of what the Labour Party set out in its manifesto, will it work with those members to make sure that they're part of this legislation?
Well, what I'm interested in is whether the Right Honourable Member with his new radicalism will be voting with the government tonight. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is committed to House of Lords reform, and this bill is the first step in that process. It's been said by honourable members on the benches opposite that the introduction of this bill breaks a commitment made in 1999 to retain the hereditary peers in the House until the second stage of House of Lords reform has been completed. That agreement, to the extent that it was ever binding, was not entered into and does not bind this government. It's not right that a discussion between political parties a quarter of a century ago should still somehow mean that it's illegitimate for the government to bring forward this bill today. This government was elected on a manifesto commitment which committed to bringing about immediate reform by removing the right of hereditary peers to sit and vote in the House of Lords. It's right that we take time to consider how best to implement our other manifesto commitments, engaging with peers and the public where appropriate over the course of this Parliament. I'll give way.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She made a point at the dispatch box just then, saying that conventions from 25 years ago should not stand today, and would she agree that that would also apply to other conventions which have also been made between the House of Lords, such as the Salisbury-Addison Convention, which ensure that legislation gets through?
Well, the Salisbury Convention means that things in manifestos can't be blocked. But, you know, an agreement that was made a quarter of a century ago cannot now bind this government and this House. It was a clear manifesto commitment, and it's important that we progress with this legislation. Now, I want to turn to comments that were made throughout the course of this debate, as there were a large number of contributions. The Right Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings, who I know is keen to intervene, along with other members, made some contributions about the experience and contributions of hereditary peers. I want to be absolutely clear, this isn't about individuals. This bill's about fulfilling a manifesto commitment to remove the right of hereditary peers to sit and vote in the House of Lords. Of course, this government values the contribution of hereditary peers, but retaining 92 of them was always intended to be a temporary measure. And now is the right time to bring forward this reform. This government was elected on with a clear mandate to address this issue, and this bill is delivering on that.
I wouldn't support removing those peers, but if it were part of a bigger package of reform, one could at least argue, from her point of view, that it was a holistic measure in line with the manifesto commitment. This is a very partial reform. Yeah. And so it focuses on the removal of those very hard-working and good hereditaries, rather than being seen as part of a more creative and holistic solution.
We set out in our manifesto that removing the 92 remaining hereditary peers from sitting in the legislature was a first step in achieving the reforms of the House of Lords that we wanted to see. It is right that we don't delay on that first step. In our manifesto, the wording was clear, an immediate first step, and that is what we are delivering on in this bill. Other members, including the Right Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings, as well as the Honourable Member for Romford, talked about our tradition. And any suggestion that that the government's somehow against traditions or ceremonies of our past just is a nonsense. It just isn't the case. We value and respect our history. We believe it makes our country all the better for its continued inclusion in our national life. However, the continued reservation of those 92 seats for those who are simply there because of the families that they were born into cannot be justified any longer, and that is an important matter of principle. But as a number of honourable members raised, including the member for North Dorset and the Right Honourable Member for Herne Bay and Sandwich, wondered whether hereditary peers could be given life peerages. As my noble friend the Baroness Smith of Basildon set out in The Other Place when this bill was introduced, members who leave as hereditary peers can come back as life peers. There's nothing to stop them from coming back as life peers if their party wishes to nominate them in the normal way. I'll give way.
I'm very, very grateful to the Minister. That is all clear and understood. The point that I was making, and others, was that as a gesture of graceful goodwill, to make those who are currently hereditaries life peers as a separate list, out with either New Year, birthday, or party leader nomination, would be an act of generosity to reflect the work that they have done and to underscore the point that she makes that there's nothing personal in this.
Yeah. Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and indeed his contribution to the debate. That isn't a commitment that we are in a position to make. It will be for the new leader of the opposition to nominate those that they wish to for peerages in the normal way. A number of members, including the Honourable Member for Perth and Kinrossshire, talked about wider reform of the House of Lords. As set out in the Labour manifesto, the government is committed to replacing the House of Lords with an alternative second chamber that is more representative of the regions and nations of the UK. This would be a major change to the functioning of our Parliament and our Constitution, and therefore it is right that it should be preceded by a significant period of detailed consideration and consultation. The Government will set out further details of that process in due course, including how we will seek the input of the British public on how politics can best serve them. However, this should not prevent progress on other important and long overdue reforms, including through this bill and other initial reforms to help deliver a smaller and more active second chamber. The Government's manifesto was clear that the measures in this bill would be introduced as that immediate reform, and that is what we are setting out to do. The Honourable Member for Richmond Park talked also about wider reform, and I want to thank her for taking the time to meet with me and the Minister for the Cabinet Office to talk about those concerns and ambitions for further reform, and I'm grateful for that engagement. I want to stress that this is a new government with a fresh mandate and a set of manifesto pledges that we are committed to implement. This bill delivers immediate reform. As my right honourable friend mentioned in his opening speech, part of the reason there's been no further progress over the last 25 years has been the argument that nothing should be done until everything has been done. We firmly believe in taking this first step as a matter of priority. It's then right that we take time to consider how best to implement other manifesto commitments that the Government has previously set out. We will engage with peers and the public where appropriate over the course of this Parliament and will update the House in due course. The Honourable Member for North West Norfolk raised the point about commencement of the bill. The bill will remove the remaining hereditary peers at the end of the parliamentary session in which it receives royal assent. The timing of this implementation of the bill ensures that business of the House will not be undermined with the sudden departure of a number of hereditary peers within the middle of the parliamentary session. Additionally, subject to the timely progress of the bill, it will give notice to existing hereditary peers to give valedictory speeches. The Honourable Member for Bridgewater raised some concerns about balance in the House of Lords if this bill is passed. I think it's important to point out that in recent times, no political party has held an overall majority in the House of Lords, and this bill will not change that. The role of the Lords is to scrutinise and hold the Government to account in the context of the primacy of the House of Commons. The Honourable Member is right that the bill does decrease the number of peers on the opposition benches, but the share of the opposition's seats in the Lords will reduce from around 34% to around 32%. Given the opposition will remain the largest party in the second chamber, I'm sure honourable members will agree that it is hardly a power grab. I want to finish by saying that I very much look forward to engaging across the House with the shadow spokespeople from the opposition parties, and I've welcomed discussing this matter with the Honourable Member for Richmond Park and other members from both sides of the chamber who made time to discuss the bill at drop-in sessions last week. I look forward to further engagement with all those who attend the Committee of the Whole House, especially given the important views that have been expressed here today. I want to stress again that this bill is about finally removing an outdated and indefensible principle and not about individuals. As my honourable friend mentioned at the beginning of the debate, the current hereditary peers and their predecessors have made notable contributions to the other place, the merits of which we have heard in this House today. This is the first step in reform and not the last. The other reforms set out in our manifesto are more complex, and it's right to take time to properly consider their implementation. I know the Leader of the House of Lords has outlined her commitment to meaningful dialogue with members of the other place on further reforms to bring about a smaller and more active second chamber. The Government remains committed in the long term to replacing the House of Lords with an alternative second chamber that's more representative of the nations and regions and how public can have politics best serve them. But as the manifesto is clear, it's right we start with this immediate reform, completing the work that we began 25 years ago. I therefore commend this bill to the House.
Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! The question is, as on the order paper, as many of the opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Paul Holmes and Joy Morrissey. Tell us for the noes, Martin McCluskey and Taiwo Orotani. Forgive me. Yes. That's it.
to the right, 105. The noes to the left, 453.
The ayes were 105, the noes were 453, so the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. If many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally. I beg to move. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.